Councilmember Miller, I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem, can you hear us?
I sure can, yeah.
Thank you. Welcome to tonight's meeting of March 3rd, 2025. Welcome to the Westminster City Council study session of March 3rd, 2025. Thank you for joining us. We thank you for coming and would like to remind all in attendance that our meetings are subject to the rules of decorum that are posted inside the chamber doors. These rules are in effect while all meetings are in session, as well as during breaks and transitions between the meetings. We want to be sure all feel welcome and remind all that there's an expectation that no attendee shall disrupt this meeting and that threats and intimidation are prohibited. No attendee shall engage in audible expressions of support or opposition for any speaker. Signs and placards are prohibited and all attendees shall remain seated in the seats provided, not in the aisles, nor shall the doorways be blocked. City Council reports. Councilor Azadi?
No, ma'am.
Councilor Platt? No. Councilor Carmelli?
Yes, well, first of all, I planned on attending the porch light, and for whatever reason, I think I went to the wrong address. I couldn't find it. So there's my admission of an embarrassing. I showed up and I don't know where I was. So I didn't make it, and I'm sorry. And then I did find out through some residents over the weekend, and maybe I missed this if this was provided, but I heard that the Westminster Community Foundation, is that the right name for it? I believe, yes. That Natalie is no longer with the board, and I don't think I realized that. And so I just wanted to hear an update, and I know that we approved her for another, I think, 2 years. I forget how long, and so I'm wondering what is being done with that money and what the plan is now and what direction the board is taking without her. And so we don't need all of those answers, of course, tonight, but I'm just hoping to follow up on that because that was news to me. And I think that's it for now.
Councilor Ireland?
Well, I went to the state of the city. Some of the rest of you were there. I appreciate our mayor for her commitment to home rule and her speech on that. Tuesday night I went to teacher appreciation night at my church. There was great teachers and great seniors. Really gave me hope for the future. Went to the state of Brighton, which I'd never done before. And the two things I thought were interesting is microtransit. They now have adopted microtransit up there, which is super, basically like Uber, which will take a person where they want to go. And I went to the AdCon meeting a couple of weeks ago. I'm still waiting for numbers about how much ridership we actually have on our buses in our city. And also they were going to give us their expenses versus their revenue. And I still haven't got those numbers. And another thing I took away is they're building 500 single-family homes in Brighton. The average age of their city is 32. When you have young families, you have more economic vibrancy. When you're building apartment after apartment, you get a lot of single people, and the ages tend to get higher. It doesn't help the schools, doesn't help the economy. So I think they're doing the right thing, building 500 single-family homes up there. And that's all I have to report for now. You know, our average age is 37.5. Theirs is 32.
Councilor DeMott?
I attended the State of the City. It was really well done. Thank you to Jody and the mayor for putting on that, and the chief for putting on that presentation, as well as the chamber. Just to follow up on what Councilor Carmelio was saying, I believe Manager Andrews, if you could verify, didn't we get a notice from you that the Legacy Foundation severed its MOU with us?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I'll recirculate an email I sent when that happened. And I also want to let council know that I'm working with the clerk for a date where I'll bring this topic back to City Council with the status and also next step options for you with how to proceed. And we'll recirculate the memo where we were informed that the MOU was being terminated.
Okay, that would be good. I was trying to remember. I feel like it was a couple months back, but I would appreciate it if you'd refloat it. That's it for me.
Took 2 hours last Monday to show a reporter around, and I don't know that it did any good. Testified on House Bill 1147. That was frustrating. Had a NADA meeting. We are going to really hone in on 2 to 3 projects instead of trying to have our fingers in several different things, because money is tight, and we know we do better to have just a couple, 3 things that we're after. So the staff, and we will talk about that again. Brighton State of the City was great, and they always do a great job. I love their city manager too. He's always full of life, except he had pneumonia that day, and I felt bad for him because he kept having to take his microphone, turn it off while he coughed, and I thought he was holding a lung or something, because I know your lungs hurt during pneumonia, but he was battling, so that was sad. On Friday, several of us were at the Westminster Public School Foundation fundraiser, and that's always fun, and the kids do a great job. It's always fun to see what they're doing. And after that, I walked the Walmart store with the store manager. He had asked a while back, and I said, well, I'm over close to you on Friday, and we should finish by 9, so we met at 9:30. They're doing $10 million worth of remodel. The other 3 stores are going to be following suit. He just had some questions, so I got all of his information and shared with Jody so that everybody's talking to the right people. He's excited about some of the things they're going to change. And then I asked him about what they lose in a year. And at that store, it's 1.8 million shrinkage, and the store at 72nd is probably double that. He didn't know the numbers for 136, but he had a good point, and I mentioned it today when I was on the Chamber's live, and said, I don't know if that's something the Chamber and the city folks could work together. He feels like getting the retailers together to talk about what are all their efforts they're doing, instead of it getting so bad and people start just leaving and not having storefronts. How can they hear from each other what they're doing and learn from each other? I thought it was some good ideas. So I leave that to whoever. Then I had an Eagle Scout that needed to talk before he gets his Eagle badge. I think it's in April. So that was my week. Mayor Pro Tem. Oh, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. I'll just keep it short. Yes, I did attend the State of the City, and I would say a couple of things that keep coming up for me with questions from folks is just what are we actually doing around 1313 / some follow, what are the implications? And so, and certainly some people who are frustrated by our decision. And so I think just helping to provide some clear numbers and data behind our decision, because we know a lot of information about housing units, and we as council are well informed, but I think we can use some assistance with getting the information, some data out to others. So that might be something that staff can think about to help us in our communications. And then on Friday, while I missed the Westminster School Foundation, I did make it to Front Range Passenger Rail Board meeting, and that we had Diane Barrett from, I feel like I'm screwing up her name, from the governor's, who's representing the governor's office, along with CDOT, present on just where they're at with their alternatives. Well, two things, sorry. Where they're at with the 184 negotiations between CDOT, RTD, and Front Range Passenger Rail. And they also presented just where they're at with the financial analysis that accompanies some of the alternatives that they're studying with the service development plan. And what they presented was a pretty truncated service to start, a very, very initial first phase that was very reminiscent of the peak service rail proposal from RTD, as in, 3 round trips a day. The one thing that's a little bit different is that they were actually round trips and not just one direction. But I know, Mayor, that you've had a conversation with them separately with some of our staff. I would say, long story short, there's definitely far more to come in terms of determining what makes a first step. But, I think they're going to want to engage with us and want to have more conversation with each of the communities that are being added to this rail, this first phase. Originally, if you guys recall, the first phase of Front Range Passenger Rail was basically like Denver to Boulder to Longmont, Loveland, and then Fort Collins. And I may be missing a stop in there, but they did not have any stops between Denver and Boulder. And so obviously we've done a lot to be able to encourage them to get some stops on the line. And so they've proposed a downtown Westminster, a sort of Broomfield, more central Broomfield stop. And then I think I keep screwing it up if it's Louisville or Lafayette, but a third stop. And so they've introduced 3 additional stops between Denver and Boulder, and it's still evolving. And anyway, just thought I'd give you that update, but I think it's worthwhile to have a conversation about it with all of us when we have more defined proposal from folks.
Thanks. And Councillor Ireland, I had a phone call from a congressman's team of folks, and so you had a meeting?
I talked to Gabe Evans a couple weeks ago about the housing situation in our state.
I said I had no idea, so they were asking me what it was about. I said I don't know. What do you have?
Thank you, Mayor. I do have a report this evening. And I'm going to seek your help on my second slide. So second slide, please. So this is something that the mayor suggested, and we've worked together with the team to roll this out. Mayor, would you like to start?
There's so many things I think that we can help educate quickly in a setting like this and make it fun. It's going to be very relaxed. People can actually come where we're at, or they can listen. It'll be recorded so you can listen anytime. But it's just helping people understand what we are doing, maybe get in some nitty-gritty at times. I think the first time we're asking the police chief and Chief Burke to come because they both have, especially with fire, we had that issue that didn't pass. And today on the chamber, I mentioned the April 3rd meeting for budget that we need people. So it's just letting people know 15 ways what's happening and help them get it into bite-sized pieces so people get their questions answered.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So this is our first one. We plan to do this monthly. So please join us either in person or virtually on Tuesday, March 18th from 5:30 to 6:30 p.m. And that will be right here at City Hall in the council chambers. As Mayor mentioned, will be live streamed and recorded on the city's YouTube channel and Facebook page for virtual participation. And I do want to give a shout out also to one of our community members who suggested some time ago to have us do a state of the city for our communities, much like we do for the Chamber of Commerce. And so our first time together will really be to run through effectively state of the city for Westminster in a public forum, so that everybody can hear what's happening in the city this year. Next slide, please. For tonight's agenda, we have 4 study session items. First in your packet is, for public record, an information-only memo from me, City Manager, on the rental housing inspection program. And I want to point out that that's very closely tied to our first presentation this evening, which is an update from Colorado Legal Services, who are here with us tonight, regarding landlord-tenant legal services program. So I'm going to ask if you have any questions or comments on our rental housing inspection program report to save those until after our presenter has spoken on Colorado Legal Services, and then we can roll those questions together. Staff will be here as well as Colorado Legal Services representatives. And then our second presentation this evening is on the Continuum of Compassion. So that is a 2-part presentation that will be led by Chief Hobart, supported by Acting Director of Parks, Rec, and Libraries, Eric Osselberger. So we'll go through 2 things. We'll talk about the resources that we currently provide for our homeless population in Westminster, and then we'll also talk about some direction from City Council regarding any next steps regarding the options that will be presented as part of the presentation. The third item will be a departmental presentation by Chief Hobart on his department and his budget, followed by the rescheduled presentation by Larry Dorr, our Chief Financial Officer and Deputy City Manager, on the Finance Department budget. So that will be the 4 items tonight. Next slide, please. This week, Tuesday, tomorrow, is the Kensington Park Totem Pole Focus Group meeting. That's, I believe, the second one, and that will be 5:30 to 7:30 at the Walnut Creek Golf Preserve. So anybody in that community that would like to participate and either was at the first one or wasn't at the first one, this is the second opportunity to be engaged and provide input. On Wednesday this week, March 5th, the CDBG Consolidated Plan Westminster Community Meeting is 6 p.m. at the MAC, and that is the important part of the public process around the implementation of the CDBG Consolidated Plan in Westminster. And then I do want to point out that the Special Permit and License Board meeting on Wednesday is canceled, so no Special Permit and License Board meeting this week. On Thursday this week, March 6th, is the Uplands Quarterly Construction Update, and that is 5:30 to 6:30 p.m. At the Crown Point Academy. Next slide, please. Next week is a busy week for City Council. The National League of Cities Congressional City Conference in Washington, D.C. will be attended by 5 of our councilor members, me, Chris Lindsay, our Assistant City Manager and Chief of Staff, and Cody Blue Herb, our Assistant to the City Manager, will all be in Washington, D.C. for the Congressional Conference. So therefore, there is no meeting of City Council on Monday, March 10th. We've rescheduled that to happen on March 31st, so we will not be missing a meeting this month. We've just added that to the 5th Monday and will not be meeting here on the 10th. Also that week canceled is the Planning Commission meeting, so no Planning Commission meeting on Tuesday, March 11th. Wednesday next week there is an inclusivity board meeting at 6 o'clock right here at the City Hall Pikes Peak conference room, as well as a youth advisory panel meeting Wednesday night, March 12th at 6 o'clock here at City Hall, the Colorado River Room. On Thursday is the Parks, Recreation, Libraries Open Space Advisory Board meeting, and that's carrying forward starting at 6 p.m. That's also at the MAC. Next slide, please. Next meeting is big enough that we have 2 slides on it. So this is the first of 2 presentations. We'll have Employee Service Awards that night. That's March 17th, starting at 6:30 here. We have an information-only memo, proposed minor amendments to the sign code, including incorporation of Spanish language text in signs posted for public hearings for development projects. And that's also a follow-up on a community member suggestion. We also have on consent 4 items, including 1 second reading. And on public hearings, we have a public hearing and consideration of an ODP for Uplands Filing 1, Block 3, PA-A3. Next slide, please. Also at that meeting, we have a number of items of new business. There's first reading amending the Westminster Municipal Code for unclaimed intangible property, first reading for local campaign finance complaints, first reading updating the code regarding evidence of a state and or federal licensure when obtaining a city business license. Also another first reading to amend the code regarding recall petitions. We also have an intergovernmental agreement with Jefferson County regarding the Woman Creek Reservoir Authority property deed. So that's coming forward in public meeting that night. And then also at the WEDA, or Westminster Economic Development Authority executive session that night, will be direction from the board regarding a proposed development agreement and possible sale of WEDA-owned property located on Block B6 in downtown Westminster. And that would be with Westminster Residences LLC. Next slide, please. Since we're not going to have a meeting next week, I wanted to make sure I provided as my last update the St. Baldrick's Day announcement. Again, this is to raise money for ending childhood cancer. And the city is hosting this event and trying to raise $20,000 ahead of the Shave-a-thon event. You can find all the details you need to support this cause at www.stbaldricks.org/events/Westminster25. So join us on Sunday, March 23rd at the Yacht Club Salon, 6350 West 92nd Avenue, and that will begin at 11 a.m. and go to 12:30 p.m. And I'll have one more update when we're back together on the 17th, but I wanted to get this one out to the community to make sure everyone had it on their calendars. That's my last slide. You can reach me anytime, 303-658-2003 or jandrews@westminsterco.gov or any one of our 4 social media accounts to track what you need to get from the city. That's all I have.
Councilor Dumont?
No question, but it did jog my memory. I am not here the 31st. I did not realize that we would be moving our meeting because of National League of Cities when I planned my family vacation. So I won't be here that.
Any other questions? Comment? Okay, let's get going.
Right. First item tonight is an update from the Colorado Legal Services regarding landlord-tenant legal services program. And our city attorney, Mr. Dave Frankel, will introduce our guest this evening, and then we will receive the presentation followed by questions and discussions from City Council.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor and councilors. Matthew Baca is going to present tonight. He's the Executive Director of Colorado Legal Services. And Westminster is a signatory to an agreement since 2018 to help fund additional higher levels of service for our residents by Colorado Legal Services. We joined together with Adams County, the city and county of Broomfield, as well as jurisdictions within Adams County, other cities. So since 2018, we've been successfully funding a higher level of service from Colorado Legal Services for our residents who are in need of landlord-tenant legal representation. And let me check and see if Mr. Baca is in the auditorium. And give me one moment. There he is.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Matt Baca. I'm the Executive Director of Colorado Legal Services, and it is my honor and pleasure to be with you tonight. Thank you so much for having me. I will run through this PowerPoint here and go to the. Thank you. I'll start with just telling you a little bit about us. As you know, we're Colorado Legal Services. We're Colorado's statewide legal aid nonprofit. And we just last week celebrated 100 years of service in Colorado. We represent low-income Coloradans and seniors on a whole range of civil legal aid matters. Now, what does that mean? Civil legal aid means non-criminal legal matters. Here tonight, we're going to talk about landlord-tenant issues, which could be eviction prevention, the warranty of habitability, in other words, the state of somebody's residence that they're renting. We also represent folks in family law. We work with folks who are victims of domestic violence and might be working to escape their abuser. We represent folks who might have an identification document. So folks who are experiencing homelessness and maybe had all of their documents stolen, right? We can help them rebuild. We represent folks on cases where there's an unfair debt collection. Maybe what we've seen is, a dental bill that results in somebody maybe at risk of losing their house. We maybe can help them navigate that and recover. A whole range of other legal issues. I won't get into every single, but that gives you a sense of what we do. If you go to the next slide, you can see we've got 13 offices around the state, and that's the one in Denver, of course, is the closest here, and we run our work in Westminster out of the Denver office, but we have clinics here in the Adams County Courthouse, not too far from here, specifically around the landlord tenant clinic that we could go to the next slide. 1,000 cases. I put this up here just to give you a sense of the scale of what we do at Colorado Legal Services. We open about 1,000 cases. It's an extraordinarily high volume, as you can imagine. The need is only going up, especially with the difficulty for folks during housing, the cost of rent. We are seeing right now that about 54% of our cases, a little over half, are related to landlord-tenant cases. The next biggest category are those domestic relations cases I mentioned. So primarily people who are escaping. Go to the next one. 619% social return on investment. SROI stands for. What that means is that we have a third-party study that we do every couple of years, and the most recent one showed that for every dollar invested in Colorado Legal Services, there's a benefit to the community to the tune of $6.19. So 619% social return on investment. And that makes sense, right? When we help somebody get their identification document and they haven't been able to get employment, they haven't been able to get housing, of course that is a benefit, not just to that individual, not just to their family, but to the whole. And so we like to make sure that folks know that the dollars invested in us is really money well spent, and about as good of an investment as you can get it. This gives you a sense of who our clients are. So we represent primarily folks who earn to 125% the federal poverty guideline. 125% of the federal poverty guideline is really, really low. So for an individual, that's $18,000 a year. Family of four, that is $39,000 a year. Those are our primary client population. We can, with some exceptions, go up to 200% of the federal poverty guideline. You can get a sense from that table what we're talking about there. Really, the folks that we represent are very low income, and we also can sometimes go above these numbers to represent seniors. So do keep that in mind. And one thing I just want to say at the outset too, please be aware that we welcome referrals, and really always want to make sure that you all know you can refer folks to us, and it's not just in the landlord-tenant space. Of course, that is where you all have so generously funded us, and we'll talk about that in a second, but know that it runs the whole range of the services that this is a snapshot from our most recent impact report. This is our cases in 2023. So you can see there the big number, over 11,000. That's how many cases we opened statewide. You get a sense on the right there of housing being just over, actually I was citing 22 numbers. That's a little bit under half in 2023. But then the next biggest category is family and children. Consumer, then again, it's what I mentioned before around unfair debt collection and foreclosure cases. This is so small, hard to see, but it's in your packet. This gives you a little bit more of a breakdown on the social return on investment for Adams County and for Jefferson County. This was in 2022, actually, so it's a couple years old at this point, but you get a sense of the economic value that we are returning to communities around Colorado. That bottom line number there, over $9 million total gross impact by Colorado Legal Services in Adams County, and then on the right there for Jeffco, it's over $6 million. And again, this is the impact that we have by people keeping in their housing. Right? This is the impact we have in helping folks rebuild after escaping a domestic violence situation. We also have a program that combats human trafficking, so survivors of human trafficking, labor trafficking for the most part. You can imagine that when somebody escapes a situation like that, even if, and the way I like to talk about this is, even if you were not concerned about the intrinsic values of justice, dignity that we provide, it's a good investment because it's good for the community in terms of the economic as well. So let's talk about the IGA that we have with Westminster and the other jurisdictions that Dave mentioned before. You can go to the next one. This is a program where currently it's $31,000 in Westminster. That's over the 2-year life of the IGA. And if you go to the next one, give you a sense of what we're doing with those dollars. One, we've pooled that with these other jurisdictions. We're serving all of them simultaneously. And the goals and the results are reducing evictions through high quality legal services, mitigating eviction related consequences. What we mean by that is we actually now have a social worker program. So, in our 100 years of existence, we've had the social worker program for about 2 those years. It's really an excellent program to make sure that we may fight an eviction and prevent it from happening. Let's make sure that we are doing the work so that somebody's not, again, at risk of eviction immediately down the road. And then the third there is connecting tenants with community resources. Just to give you a sense, I'm not going to run through all these, but some of our partners in this area, these are some of the folks that we're referring to and work. Go to the next one. I won't read through this entire paragraph. It's a lot here, but the upshot is a 76-year-old woman who's blind in one eye and was in a deplorable living situation, also facing eviction. We were able to connect her with ERAP, that's emergency rental assistance, and to work with the landlord to resolve the unlivable conditions, which you can see, were a huge amount, from roach infestation, an oven that didn't work, lack of heat. I'll mention another one along those lines that was not in Westminster, but just to give you a sense of some of the other work that we do, which is recently we won a case in Greeley under the new warranty of habitability law for a group of seniors living in a senior living apartment where the elevator was broken, non-functional, meaning that some of our clients and the other folks could not leave the building. No matter how much they wanted to, they could not leave the building. Maybe a couple of them were in wheelchairs or otherwise weren't able to leave. We were able to go into court, get an order from the court saying that's not lawful. You got to fix the elevator. They're fixing it, right? That's the kind of work we do in addition to these. You can go to, please. By the numbers, this is a snapshot of of what we've been able to do in terms of representation. You can see the full IGA there at the top, 465 households. Of course, we like to think about the number of individuals that we help through the program. You can see 1,213 people in households, and 501 are children in Westminster, 51 households, 100 people, and 40 of those are children reached through our project. Here's another story of a way that we were able to help someone. Again, I won't read this verbatim, but the upshot here is this is a survivor of domestic violence whose landlord was her abuser's son. There was a criminal case filed against her abuser, and the landlord, the son of the abuser, moved to evict her out of retaliation. That, of course, is lawful. It's also terrible injustice, as I think probably obvious to anyone who hears this story. And there was a trial that was set for it. We worked to prevent the unlawful eviction, and we're successful. So why? Why do we do this work? And again, as I shared, we've been at it for 100 years. We are at our core the same organization as we have been that entire time. We're animated by and oriented towards justice and towards providing dignity for all those that we serve. Go to the next, please. We think about those 1,000 cases, right? Every month we're opening about 1,000 cases to fight for justice for folks all across Colorado. And that social return on investment, right? We want to make sure that folks know that investing in legal aid, investing in this work is, of course, first and foremost about justice, about dignity, but it's also a good investment. The dollars and cents. We go to, and I mentioned this, I say, but see 1,000 cases. What I mean by that is that legal aid is grossly underfunded in Colorado and across the state. I wish that every town and city across the state would be like Westminster and would lean into the importance of legal aid. Because what we see is that for every case that we take, we have to turn a case away. And that is only purely based on capacity. If you look at our budget as an organization this year and compare it to the state public defense, which is our equivalent but on the criminal side, their budget is about 7 times as much as ours, right? Serving the same client population. Colorado drastically underinvests in legal aid. If you look at if you look at Wyoming, Nebraska, and New Mexico, they each spend about 3 times as much per capita on legal aid as the state of Colorado does. And so for us, it's so important to tell the story of why legal aid matters, why there's that impact on every community, and to express our deep, deep gratitude for your partnership. And so that's it. Again, my name is Matt Baca. I'm really glad to be here, really glad to be in touch, and I welcome any questions.
Councilor Rosati?
Thank you for a great presentation. Few questions for you. First of all, on the last point, so regarding the municipalities in Colorado, roughly what would you say the percentage of municipalities invest in legal aid in Colorado?
Thank you, Councilor, for the question. Percentage, I don't know off the top of my head, and it varies a bit across the state. So what I would say is in the metro area, we have more partnerships than in any other place. This Adams County IGA that we have has been our most, one of our most successful ways of working with municipalities. So we've got, Thornton involved, we've Brighton as well, and of course Westminster. And then if you look outside of that agreement, we have funding from Boulder, we've got funding from Pueblo, we've got 3B funding, which is funding we are aware to support elderly folks, and that is in just about every part of Colorado. That one is not municipality specific, so I don't know the exact percentage. I would say it's not as many as I'd like, but there are quite a number that have stepped up and supported the work.
Well, I guess I asked that question to make the point that I think is few, right? And we're one of the few cities to do this. And I think we have yielded a lot of great benefits from that. And you put on the slide the number of households in Westminster. I think you said 51 that have been served. Is that throughout the IGA, or is that per year?
That was, I think, in the 2-year period of the first IGA.
And you mentioned emergency rental assistance. Can you talk about what services you offer related to that?
Yeah, absolutely. Our work when it comes to emergency rental assistance is primarily playing catch. So we don't ourselves provide emergency rental assistance funding, but we get folks into the queue to get it. Now, when there was the influx of federal dollars through ARPA and other pandemic-related dollars, there was more emergency rental assistance money that was available. Times are tighter now, and yet we work really closely with the organizations that provide that. And so that is often part of the case. Somebody comes to us and says, hey, I'm at risk of getting evicted. We look at all possible resources that are available to them to, one, get them out of the eviction process and proceeding, and also to, if we can, make their landlord whole, right? The payment of emergency rentals.
And when you say the 1,000 cases opened, how many do you have ongoing?
Yeah, I don't know that number. That's a really good question. It's a lot. In any given year, we look at the number of cases that we open and the number of cases we close, and the number of cases that we close is lower than the ones we open. So we are often adding cases. We have 85 attorneys on staff, and then the other thing I would mention is that the length of time that any case goes on is highly dependent on the area of law. So in eviction cases, they're really, really fast. So those cases, we often, if we opened it in 1 year, we would almost definitely also close it that year, unless we open it later, right? Whereas a family law case might take several years. Another type of case that we do is we represent farm workers. That's how I got started at Colorado Legal Services. Those cases would often take 2 or 3 years, maybe more, 4 or 5. We have, and the other area of law I didn't mention that we're really proud of is we have a low-income tax. So please keep that in mind in terms of referrals as well. Folks who are enmeshed in IRS issue and are low income, it's another area.
And have you seen any issues related to prioritization? So if you have so many cases and only 85 attorneys, and Westminster, let's say you had an influx, right, of 10 or something, you mentioned you close the case before you take on a new one, or so what's your intake process and how do you prioritize, and are there conflicts related to, well, we'll see you in 2 years when we're done with our caseload?
Yeah, it's a great question. So prioritizing is really, really important in our work. And it's because of what we went through before, this reality that for every case we take, we have to turn a case away. So I mentioned in our family law space that we represent victims of domestic violence. That's an example of our prioritizing. The number of low-income folks who need representation for a divorce that is kind of what I would call a standard divorce with no domestic violence. Say, our entire 85 lawyers could do that for the entire year every year, right? But we don't do that. We want to prioritize. We need to prioritize, and of course, our grant funding wouldn't allow us. But just in terms of capacity, we could do only family law cases that didn't involve domestic violence at much higher numbers. But we have to have that first screening, which is people who've experienced domestic violence. The other piece, which I mentioned just a bit and can go into more, is for the most part, we only represent folks in domestic relations cases where there's domestic violence and there are children involved. So again, we have to have these layers of filters before we can determine if we can help somebody. that's an example in domestic relations side because those cases are so long. When it comes to landlord-tenant cases, we really try to help just about everybody. And for some of those cases, that means full representation. We're going to take their case all the way to a trial, and we're going to stand up with them in court, and it's going to be, kind of what you think about when you think about legal representation. In other cases, however, we have more of a triage model. So it might be that we're providing brief advice to somebody. We're telling them, okay, here's what we see in your case. We're going to give you some advice. Here's how you can, approach trying to get this eviction stopped based on the defenses that we see that you might have. So yes, prioritizing is hugely, hugely important.
And how many current Westminster folks do you have, or cases do you have?
I don't know how many current active Westminster cases. I could find that and get that back to you. A lot of the cases that we do through the grant with Westminster are these eviction cases where they're pretty quick. So, at any given time, we probably have a handful. We're working on those, and then we'll be at clinic and we'll be receiving new folks applying for our services a couple days after.
And we get to renew with you guys when?
We are just renewed for this year, for next year, with again immense gratitude, and so this next IGA covers this year.
And final question.
Sure.
You mentioned the guidelines, so the income guidelines can be raised or lowered, if you will, from an income standpoint for seniors. Can you talk more about that?
Yeah, that's right. So some of our funding is through Dr. Cog and other area agencies on aging, and those funds, 3B funds, we can serve folks beyond that 200% level as long as they're seniors. Now, in practice, what happens is that we represent folks who are very close to our income limits almost exclusively anyway. The reason we have those income limits are really two reasons. One is the prioritization, as we've talked about, but the other is connected to our main federal source of funding, which is the Federal Legal Services Corporation, and they require that dollars of theirs that we use be along those lines of the income that I shared. So again, through the IGA, we're doing this landlord-tenant eviction prevention work. We have a clinic at the Adams County Courthouse and are doing lots of work that way. However, through our general operating funding, which comes through a whole variety of sources, we have about 75 active grants. The biggest federal source being LSC, the Legal Services Corporation. We represent folks from Westminster on any number of other topics and types of cases.
Okay, and this is offered at no cost to our residents. So is there anything that you need from us to get the word out more to Westminster?
Yeah, that's a great question. I really appreciate it. I think sharing the word, sharing that we exist, it's coloradolegalservices.org, referring constituents to us. You're always welcome to flag somebody for us too if you think there's somebody who is in great need and you want to make sure that you flag them for us. You're always welcome to do that. And folks can apply if they go to our website. It's the easiest way. You can see our phone number there on the website, and people can apply just directly online. They'll then need to have a phone call with one of our intake folks and spreading the word. The other thing that I'll just mention, which is we're on LinkedIn. So that's a good place to find us. Same with Facebook as well. We are right now, we're constantly thinking about where can we find funding to support this great work that we do. And we're working on the possibility of Colorado license plate to support legal aid. So that is on our LinkedIn page, and certainly welcome any spreading of the word that way. The way that I like to think of it is, it takes a lot of wedges in the pie to make legal aid possible. And so I'm constantly looking for new ones, and that's one that we have.
No, thank you so much.
Councilor Hott, any questions?
Yeah, so you were mentioning that you have a clinic in the Adams County Courthouse. If I remember correctly, I was reading that that may not continue there. Is that correct?
That one is continuing. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's there
Okay.
for long. You might be thinking of Arapahoe County,
Okay.
where we are hoping to continue it, but at the moment there's some uncertainty.
Okay. So
Yeah.
there isn't at the Adams County
That's
courthouse.
right. Adams is full steam ahead.
Okay. Okay. Fantastic.
Counselor Camillia?
Okay, thank you so much for your presentation. I am really grateful to learn more about this organization and to meet you and make the connections. So this is fantastic. I do wonder, this is an Adams County IGA, and Westminster is both Jefferson and Adams. And so how does that work? Do you serve all of our residents?
We do. Yeah, we serve all West.
Okay, fantastic. Go
Can I
ahead.
just add one quick addendum there? So if somebody, oh yeah, sure. So thank you. If somebody were to be getting evicted in Jefferson County, they would be unlikely to come to our Adams County courthouse clinic. And so what we would hope is that somebody would apply through our website, as I mentioned, and they would still be absolutely eligible for us.
Through one of the other clinics.
Yeah, so we don't have a clinic in Jefferson County. Would love to establish that someday, and we have some ideas along those lines, and the county's open to exploring that at some point. But it would happen through our Denver metro area housing team, or our intake.
Okay. And then I'm just curious, how long has Westminster been a member?
This IGA started in 2023, I believe, and so since the very beginning.
Pretty new. That's exciting.
If I could add
Yeah.
to it, though. So we were among the cities that started sponsoring the higher level of services. I believe it started in 2018. So I think we had an agreement that was for 2018 and 2019. Then we had an agreement for 2020 and 2021. So I think these have been basically renewing every 2 years.
So 2018 maybe. Sounds like, okay. That's good to know, just to have an idea. Thank you. And then I'm wondering, this is not exactly related to what you're talking about, but in our later discussions, we're going to be talking about our continuum of compassion. And I know this is a difficult number to come by, but this was a great example of the 619%, right? You know, I've been asking a few times about how can we come to figure out what our return of investment is and how can we track that. And I realize that's difficult, but I'll talk about that later. But I wanted to reference it now because somehow we've done it here. And so I don't know if you want to provide some more input about how you came around to that number. How did you come to that?
Thank you, Counselor. So we hire a third party to do that analysis every 2 or 3 years or so. This is the first time that we've done it county by county, and so I had the table that had Adams and Jefferson County, and there's a methodology that is, kind of best practice that they use nationwide for looking at, okay, what's the input in terms of an investment, and how do you translate to, they do short and long-term economic impacts. And so, the short-term economic impact is going to be X. And then if you extrapolate that out a number of years, it's going to be Y. And if you combine all of those, you can get an average of what it looks like. So it's a complicated, economics problem, but one that we found really valuable for looking at, where should we be prioritizing work as we think about planning, as we share what these investments translate.
Exactly. Thank you so much.
Sorry, I don't have anything. Counselor Demott?
Thank you for being here. And the attorney is right. It was 2018 because this was brought forward by former Counselor Pinter. And at the time, actually, it was only going to be Adams County, and I pushed that I would only support it if it covered all people in Westminster, being Jeffco and Adams. So on that note, I'm curious, are there any other municipalities who have followed that suit that you work with? I know that, for example, Arvada is more so in Jefferson County than Adams County, but they straddle both at some point. So did any other municipalities take that same kind of action, or is it we kind of an anomaly?
I'm not positive on that one. I'm sorry about that. Others that straddle the, two different counties. So I can look into that and
And then my last question is more for our staff in terms of Councilor Azadi's question and getting people connected to this. I'm assuming that this is something when, for example, we had the folks that came with some rental concerns a couple weeks ago or 4 weeks ago. I'm assuming that this is information that we would provide in those instances. Great.
Yeah, and I can confirm that we have done that. When we had recent speakers, we provided full follow-up with a full package of resources, big focus of which was Colorado Legal Services provided as well.
Great. Well, thank you for being here tonight.
That's right.
I do have a question. So has the cost gone up every time from 2018? How much has it gone up?
Well, Councilor, we'll have to get back to you on what the historic contributions have been, unless Mr. Buck
I don't
knows.
know it
Yeah.
off the top of my head. Sorry about
And in these situations, are the landlords made whole? Because I feel like in every case, there's two stories, right? There's a landlord and there's the one being evicted. And there might be a good cause why they're being evicted, right? So is the landlord covered in this? Because I know for a fact that there's people that destroy properties. Do we
Yeah.
have any recourse for landlords too?
Well, we don't generally represent landlords, although there are some cases which we have in the past, and those are very specific, examples. Which I don't know of any that have been here in Westminster. What we find is that, number one, I mentioned the emergency rental assistance, and that really is a program that's important for both landlords and for tenants, right? That's a program that connects landlords. They are the ones who receive the emergency payment. So I think in that way, it's a program that is really important for both landlords and tenants. The other thing I would mention too is that a lot of the times there can be a mediation and a resolution, which is better for everyone, right? Going to a trial takes time. It likely would cost the landlord more money if they are represented. And often what we find is by our being involved early on, we can mediate. We can represent our clients in a mediation or in an informal resolution that is going to wind up being better.
I think.
Mayor Pro Tem?
I actually had all of my questions answered by, so thank you. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you for being here. And I know, Jody, with what you had on and with this, if anybody had any other questions dealing with what you had shared with us, and then having our guest speaker here too. Any other questions? Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the support.
That brings us to Continuum of Compassion update.
Right, Mayor, this is item 3B, Continuum of Compassion update. It will be led by Police Chief Norm Hobart. He's on his way in, as is Mr. Eric Otzelberger, our Acting Director of Parks, Recreation, and Libraries.
Welcome.
Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, councilors, those in the audience and those online. My name is Norm Hobart and I'm the Chief of Police. Also with me here tonight is Acting Parks, Recs, and Library Director, Eric Otzelberger. If you have any questions, I would ask you to save those for the end of the presentation. Ultimately, at the end of the presentation, we'll be seeking your direction on the proposed updates to the Continuum of Compassion. At this time, I would turn it over to Eric Otzelberger to talk about the Continuum of Compassion and the services that we offer.
Slide. Good evening, everybody. So thank you, Chief. I'm going to highlight a little bit of what we have going on the resource side of things, and start with credit to the Chief and his department with our mental health co-responder program. So that is a team of 7 that serves behavioral health needs across the city in all spectrums. And in this space and what we're talking about tonight, they've been a critical partner to helping provide services when things transcend what other teams handle. So that's an important piece from the police department standpoint. So our Navigator program, and you see some stats from 2024 up there. I want to share, just give you a overview of their impact since the program's inception. So this is a team that really provides those resources and support to get people housed is the ultimate goal. And since the life of the program, this team has housed 117 individuals permanently. 117 permanently housed. 31 individuals have been temporarily housed. With severe weather, I think everyone's familiar with the severe weather activation program. And that's its own animal, but within our work and supplement that, this team has provided 6,240 hotel room evenings since the life of the program, over 4,000 individual client meetings. They have held 37 resource fairs since the life of the program, with 857 served through those resource fairs. They have, identification is a challenge in this space, and they've hosted 11 what they call DMV to go events. 440 individuals have received identification through that. So that, in my humble opinion, is a good overview of the impact that this group has had. This is really a human services function that, as this challenge is at our doorstep, we're doing our best to meet it. I'm proud to report our 3rd Navigator will be starting next week. We were aiming to hire a 4th. That did not occur with this most recent recruitment process. Our partners in HR were looking at classification for this position just to make sure that we're competitive in the marketplace. The good news is we have, and our 2nd Navigator, who has a couple months under his belt, has really hit the ground running. Our cause. So with that's the Navigator program. Within the Navigator program, we have 4 major categories of services. The first would be emergency severe weather sheltering, and that is both the vouchers themselves and the activities that we do at the MAC. And you see on the screen there, the MAC is an emergency cold weather shelter program. So that's activated when temperatures or wind chill is going to fall below 0 for 6 hours or more. Since the inception, we've had 6 activations. 3 of those this year served about 150 people in need through those activations. And that, of course, with the voucher program is a pretty effective approach. A second bucket is permanent housing support, and that's really bridge housing. There's about $225,000 appropriated in the 2025 budget for that. And as I think many are aware, it's a long road at times, a complicated system. So that bridge housing is an important tool in the tool belt working to with once again that achievement of 117 permanently housed. That's a little bridge funding there. The third bucket is navigation and related services. So that's more immediate needs, hygiene, medical needs, transportation needs, vouchers for bus passes, and then the camp of abatements themselves. Our actual spend last year on PRL loan land was $50,000 total. And then the fourth category is eviction prevention. And under there, kind of dovetailing with your first presenter, we have some free legal services budgeted under there and some other prevention services. So, that fourth bucket is under the guise of the best and most cost-effective strategy is prevention. So those are our resources. Unhoused point in time. So I think many individuals are familiar with the annual effort point in time count. So just to share what's official from that, and things are in arrears a bit from when all the data is cleared and published. So our 2024 point in time was 105 unhoused individuals. That was a 25% reduction from the 2023 number of 140. So this is the point in time count. And just to give you some comparison, so City of Westminster practically for the point in time was a 25% reduction. The United States in that same period of time saw an 18% increase. Colorado saw a 30% increase. The metro area, 10% increase. Adams County, 2% increase. And Jeffco, an 8%. So this, once again, this is just the point in time count. The City of Westminster was a bit of an anomaly. And I'd like to think some of that is related to the targeted efforts, very active efforts that are out there. Before I transition back to our chief on the enforcement side of things, I just want to share a little bit what's going on. I spent a good portion of the day Thursday with our ranger team, 33 and a half square miles of city size. Half of that land area is PRL owned land that they're responsible for. We, with arm in arm with our contractor, EHS, cleaned up 6 encampments on Thursday. And we, at the time being, this is Thursday, this is very fluid, had only 2 active camps at the time on PRL property. But to give you an idea of magnitude, 2024, there were 122 new and distinct camps on PRL-owned property during that time. And the Rangers have kept data for the last 3 years, and they have it month by month. But just giving me an idea for that year, it was 122. 50% of the individuals that the Rangers, come from with a resource-first approach, 50% of folks moved on. Roughly 50% did not. So the Rangers last year issued 65 civilian trespass orders, and most of those were effective. 10 of those encampments, 10 of the 122, we had to contact our colleagues in the police department to assist with criminal trespass. So that was 8% of the 122 encampments. And then out of those 10 criminal trespasses, there were 8 arrests. 8 out of it. So that's just to give you an idea of what last year was like related to enforcement on PRL property. And with that, I'll turn it back over to the chief.
Thank you, sir. So council, ultimately at the end of this, we are seeking your direction on implementing what we're calling safe ordinance, or safe access for everyone ordinance, as it relates to other public land. Enacting this safe access for everyone ordinances would allow staff in addressing individuals who have chosen not to access resources and want to remain in public areas. These public areas should be accessible to all in the community, and these areas should be accessible safely. We will continue the navigation services and use great discretion before using these ordinances. These ordinances would encourage people to accept services, get into recovery, and it would assist them, and it would assist the public being safe. These sheltering areas have become littered with needles, trash, and human waste and become a public health safety concern for everyone. This would be an additional tool to help city staff influence these individuals to accept navigation services, as opposed to the alternative being issued a municipal summons because remaining in the area is becoming a public safety issue not only for them, but for the residents and the businesses of Westminster. The city has observed an increase in persons experiencing homelessness, and they are affecting the business community and crime in those areas. A specific example of this is the north area of the city in the area of 120th and Huron. We're seeing a large influx of persons experiencing homelessness and have seen this for quite some time. In our travels up there, we have learned that one of the hotels in that area accepts vouchers as a majority of their business this time of year. Those vouchers are received from many municipalities outside the city of Westminster to include communities from the Western Slope. These vouchers offer a limited number of overnight stays. And when they're out of those overnight stays, they go into our community. We were also made aware of transportation using taxis, Lyft, and Uber that is occurring from those being released from the Adams County Jail. Within a 3-month period, shortly from where we're at now, more than 350 persons being released from the Adams County Jail were transported via taxi directly to the Wagon Road Park and Ride at 120th and Huron, where they were released. Our intent of these ordinances is not to punish, not to arrest people, or to issue summonses. Our ultimate goal is to get these people into safe places to ensure their safety and that of all of our community. However, if we have exhausted all these options, these ordinances will allow us to take action with those few people if needed. And just to dive a little bit deeper into what PRNL Director Otzelberger talked about was the park rangers and the work that we do hand in hand with them. So I think an example of city staff adhering to our current continuum of compassion and using extreme discretion is captured in the statistics relayed by PRNL Director Otzelberger in 2024. And I think it's a testament that our focus is not to arrest people and criminalize homelessness. In 2024, PRNL Park Rangers issued 65 trespass notices to persons experiencing homelessness on PRNL property that declined services that were made available to them. A trespass notice is not a summons. It is a written notification letting the individuals know that they are not allowed in the area that they are occupying. Of those 65 individuals that were issued trespass notices, 55 of those individuals complied with the trespass notices, and the problem was rectified. As a last resort, the PD was called in to assist with the remaining 10 individuals who chose not to comply with the trespass notice and were issued a citation to appear in court. 2 of those 10 individuals complied with the summons, and the remaining 8 individuals failed to comply with the summons and were ultimately arrested. Staff is seeking the same enforcement ability for other public lands that staff currently has on PRNL property to use when all other options have been exhausted. So for council's consideration, option 1 would be to maintain our status quo, providing navigation services, continuing to act with discretion, enforcing our trespass laws, both on private property and PRNL property as applicable. Option 2 for council's consideration, again, is to continue with navigation services, continue to act with discretion, and enact the safe access for everyone or municipal ordinance. These ordinances allow us the same enforcement ability on other public lands not controlled by PRNL that staff currently has. Option A is to enact an ordinance that would prohibit sleeping on public sidewalks, streets, and alleyways. And or the option to enact ordinance, the second ordinance, which would prohibit unauthorized sheltering on public property. and/or option C, which would be to enact an ordinance to prohibit unauthorized sheltering and overnight parking on all city property. And really where this becomes important in options B and C is relating to public land not controlled by PR&L. So there are land in the city that's controlled by Public Works and Utilities. If it's a safety concern, a life safety concern, because somebody has sheltered in a drainage area or a floodplain, we have that ability to go out there and to contact them and ask them to move for life safety issues. But if they move out of that floodplain and they're still on land that's currently owned, if you will, by Public Works and Utilities, we have no ordinance. We have no ordinance to move those folks out of that area. The other one to consider is in option C, the unauthorized sheltering and overnight parking on all city property. If we encounter people in the park after it closes, we have the ability through ordinance to help educate the person and if need be, write a citation. As it relates to the property at City Hall, fire stations, the Public Safety Center, we don't have the ability for this type of enforcement. And so we would be able to check on their welfare. We would be able to offer them navigation services, but we would not be able to move them from those areas. So at this point in time, I would open up to council, obviously, for questions, but also to seek council's direction on enacting these state ordinances.
Councilor Dumont?
I don't have any questions. I appreciate you bringing this forward. I think what you are sharing is both prudent and necessary to keep both the community safety, but also the unhoused. And quite frankly, some of these conditions, I've went and done some tours myself of homeless encampments. And a lot of times they're not just unsafe for themselves, but the people around them because of fires and the different things that they potentially might do to try to stay warm. In the time that we've seen the increase in homelessness since COVID, the community has been asking for us to be able to address this. I know there were challenges around some of it because of court action. And so I appreciate now that the court has defined, what is allowed and what is not allowed, that we are going to take action that the community wants, not just the residents, but also the business community. I do like the fact that we are going to approach it in a way with compassion, that we're trying to still lead with services and the ability to help the folks that need a hand up and are in a place that, they're looking just to get out of a rut or a bad situation or whatever it is. I think that's the right thing for us to do as a city, but I also think that for those folks that decide that they want to continue to live outside of the law, that we have resources to address it. So I am in favor of this, especially in light of the fact that we're going to still lead with compassion and empathy, but then we're going to enforce when, folks don't want to take that.
So you're for option 2?
Option 2 with A, B, and C.
Councilor Ireland?
I agree, and I agree with what Councilor Dumont said. I being in that area by 120th, I get notifications on my ring at least 3 times a week of break-ins down in that area. And businesses cannot survive this kind of crime, and neither can the people that live down there. And there's been crime close to my house too. So I think it's something that we need to do just for the safety of those that are trying to do what they know to be, follow the laws, do what they're supposed to do, try to provide for their families. And so I support this. I know there's a story, a friend of mine whose son has 3 little girls and had an encampment behind their house. Their kids could not even play outside. You have to think about who this affects. It affects families with kids. They don't know who these people are camping behind their house. So I agree with what you're trying to do, and thank you very much.
I have a question. You mentioned the Western Slope. are giving vouchers and they're coming here.
So Mayor, in our business walks, in our efforts up at 120th and Huron, we came to one of our hotels. I won't identify them by name in this setting, but we came to them and talked to them, and they said that their business model this time of year is accepting vouchers from other municipalities for people experiencing homelessness. And during that conversation, they said that they are still receiving people from the Western Slope. And officers were obviously taken aback a little bit and said, like Grand Junction, Mesa County, Western Slope, and said yes. So didn't indicate, and I don't believe the officer asked, but did not indicate if that was 1 or 100, but indicated that they were still receiving, in our understanding of that was multiple people from the Western Slope.
Second question goes to then our own Adams County. What time of day do they release their people to come here?
So it was an interesting discussion with the sheriff, but the sheriff indicated that really, as it relates to bail, when somebody posts bail, they are released. So if somebody comes to post bail or there's a wire transfer and bail's posted at 10 in the morning or 10 in the evening, then you're released at that point in time. So generally speaking, the buses in Brighton run from 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. Monday through Saturday. So during those times, Adams County runs a shuttle to the bus terminal in Brighton, and then people are given a bus pass. There may be a better term, but they're given a bus pass to go to one of two stations, the Wagon Road bus station in Westminster or a bus station in Commerce City. Those are the two options that they have. If they are released after hours, and by after hours, what I'm referring to is after the buses stop running. So generally speaking, 8 p.m. to 6 a.m., Monday through Saturday, and all day on Sunday. When they are released from there, the county hires a taxi, Lyft, Uber, and takes those individuals, and it is a direct transport from the jail to the wagon wheel where they're released. And in that 3-month period, we had 350 people released in the hours of 8 p.m. to 6 a.m. This does not include those that rode the bus and exited there. Where this first came to light, Mayor, was about 2 months ago. Officers were on a call unrelated to the buses, but they were on a call at Wagon Road Park and Ride, the Wagon Road Park and Ride. And they noticed 19 individuals getting off that all had the same background. It caused them to ask, "Where are you from?" And he said, "We just got out of the Adams County Jail." And again, wasn't there for the conversation. What was relayed to me was the conversation basically said, this is where they sent them. And so those 19 people didn't stay for other bus routes or for anybody else to pick them up. All 19 spread out and went into the neighborhood, businesses, wherever they went. Now, legitimately, they may have been going to their house. They may have been going to a friend's. We don't know. But that was one point in time we saw 19. And then when I asked the sheriff about it, it talked about after hours and during hours, trying to get a better idea and a handle on this. And then he gave us the information about that 3-month period that we were looking at. Actually started November 24th, 2024, and went through January 25th, 2025. And in that 3-month window, there were 350 people released from the Adams County Jail and dropped off at the Wagon Road Park. And when I asked him, I said, because the other jail that we use is Jefferson County Jail, it being in 2 counties. Mm-hmm. The Jefferson County Jail, we asked them, thinking maybe this is an industry standard now. It wasn't when I was working the road, and I get it's been a couple of years since I've worked the road and been there, but contacted the Jefferson County Jail, and they said, "No, we absolutely don't do that. When somebody's released from jail, they're released out the front door with everything that they brought with them, and they need to find their own way to wherever they're going." And so when I asked the Adams County Sheriff, he indicated that that they needed to be, that apparently there were issues in Brighton going a few years back, and that they needed to be a better partner with Brighton. And so they were not releasing people out into the general community of Brighton.
Had they talked to us before, either us or Commerce City, of that they were releasing their people to one or the other?
I can't speak for years and years ago, but as I've sat in this role for the last 2 years and in the interim 20 months before that, had no conversations with this sheriff or the prior sheriff about that. So that was news to me when I found that out. But when I asked him, he didn't give me a specific date, but his indication to me was we've been doing this for quite a while.
Thank you, Adams County. Questions? Councilor Camelia?
I also was going to latch on to that same fact. It seems to me that this right here, what we're just discussing with Adams County, this is a gap in communications with our counties. And I think that we need to be stronger collaborators with them to understand perhaps a better plan. So I think we can work on that. It also seems to me to be separate from the issue of the in-house. And so I would like to work on, in our discussions, separating the ideas of criminality and the unhoused discussion. So I think that this is something we absolutely need to address, because it sounds like we are ignorant of the fact that Adams County is dropping off buses here, and we need to figure out what that looks like. And to your point, I was going to say, have we talked to Jeffco, but you just addressed that, so thank you. Thank you for doing your homework before coming in with us. But it sounds like we need to be collaborating with them and, again, with our neighbors. You know, this is a bigger discussion than us. We need to figure out our point going forward tonight, but we also need to figure out what is Arvada doing, what is Thornton doing, what are the counties doing, and for some reason we haven't brought them in to talk about this yet. I had a lot of other thoughts, so give me a second here. I'm concerned about the fact that right now, we'll go back to the very beginning of the discussion. We said that our unhoused population is decreasing, which is great news. And then we also said it's increasing, which there's a little bit of a mixed message there. So I think we need to get our messaging straight on that. Either way, I think the point is that our businesses need to be protected, and that is the point, right? I personally am not a fan of number 2, since I've already publicly stated that I would like to find a way for the city to provide legal parking for the unhoused somewhere within the city, and we've talked about that before. We haven't seemed to have arranged for that yet. That is something I would still like to work on somehow, is to figure out, okay, where within the city can they legally park, that they are safe, and that residents are safe, and that we have, you know, patrol or some sort of safe access for everyone, right? I do think that there is a risk. Right now, we said only 10 folks, and then 8, I think, were arrested ultimately last year. As you said, that's under 8%, so that's amazing when you think about that. That's great. What option 2 does is it presents a risk to increase that number significantly, because now we're saying that things like public sidewalks, streets, alleys, et cetera, are illegal when they currently aren't, right? So that number is going to shoot up. Right now we're saying, okay, it's okay because it's only 8% of folks are going to be arrested probably, but that's not what we're doing, right? Our actions are separate. Our actions are going to shoot that number up, because now we're going to, it depends, right? Obviously it depends on how this rolls out. It depends on who decides what's illegal. But that leaves room for interpretation, and that leaves room for profiling and all the rest of it, right? And so that's where we get into some uneasy conversations. But I do think the whole point, again, is to protect residents and businesses. And so I feel like there's room here for something else. And maybe that means unauthorized sleeping near shopping centers, specifically, right? Like in the Orchard, or we had that conversation with those business owners on the north side of town. Maybe it looks like taking some more direct action there so that we can protect storefronts, especially when we had complaints around possible drug transfer. We don't know, I don't have all the details there, but I know we had discussions around that. And we do want to make sure that we're protecting economically the viability of the businesses, because people won't want to go there if they see, cars or users or et cetera. But I am not a fan of saying that it's unauthorized to sleep anywhere or to park anywhere when I am still trying to figure out how we can work, especially around partnering with some of the nonprofits in the area, some of the churches in the area, even the Elks Lodge. I know that they're willing to partner with us to provide space to legally park.
Hey, Councilor Cornelius, not to interrupt you, I guess what I'm asking here tonight is on public property, is all I'm looking for. So in the examples you've given as it relates to a religious institution, the Elks Club, those would be private properties. And I'm not, I guess staff is not recommending any type of ban on private properties to enable those businesses and religious people to set up opportunities for that.
That's a good point. I'm still saying partner. So I'm still saying I think that we should help them, and they shouldn't be alone in all the work and the effort they're doing. I wouldn't want to be in their shoes, and they're doing a lot of work for our city without our help often. And so how can we maybe give them more room or give them more, I am talking city space. And I still, to that point, and this might be a different discussion, but it's really not, because we are talking about the continuum of compassion. I don't know where the update is on the laundry van that we already authorized and the shower van that we already authorized. And I don't see where that fits into this discussion. If we're now saying that these things are illegal, where are those that we already approved? And how are we going to be rolling that out? So I'll pause there. Again, right now, of the two, I'm with one. However, I do think there's room for a third option.
Councilor
Yes. So there are a couple things that was said that I would just like to reiterate. So most criminals are not unhoused, so we really should not be conflating the two. When we talk about crime in Westminster, most of it is not being done by the unhoused. So that's two separate conversations. So there were 65 civilian trespass orders and 55 complied. My question is, what does that mean? Because it doesn't fix the fact that those folks are still unhoused. So when you say that, they complied and so that's like the end of it, it's not. What does that mean? Where do they go? What happens to them? They don't all of a sudden become housed. So what does that look like when you say 55 complied?
Counselor, so that means that they moved from where they were at, and the answer could be different. For some are working with the navigators, and there could be emergency housing or bridge housing. Some could find some connections with friends, or to your point, some might just move elsewhere, or as we've seen, your point, they're still unhoused and they move to a different location.
Right. So we're
it's yeah, and we don't have detailed information for each of those individuals. We have the casework for those working, but no,
but the 55, they would not have been given civilian trespass orders had they been working with a navigator, correct?
They could have been if we were out there 7 days later, and some of them said, "I want to accept services at this point in time," and so they were then given the contact information for the navigator.
So that is part of what you mean when you say 55 complied. Some of them complying means accepting services. Am I hearing that correctly?
Ultimately, when I'm saying complying is that those 55 no longer occupied the area that they were occupying. Some of those absolutely accepted services, some of them did not.
Okay, so we're just forcing them to move from one area to another, and it's not fixing or helping anyone, including our residents. And then I do feel like option 2 is incomplete with what we are, the services we are offering. To Councilor Camelia's point, we don't have overnight parking, and the churches that are supposed to be helpful on that haven't been very helpful. So I really find it hard to go for option 2 when it says, unauthorized sheltering and overnight parking on city property. We have no place for them to park. So that seems really unfair. Park somewhere, but it can't be here. But they have to park somewhere. And if other cities have these same sort of ordinances, then where are they supposed to park at all? Like, we need some place for them to go. And then what else? Oh, and then with the 10 criminal trespasses and 8 arrests, what did that cost the city? Like, what did it cost? Because obviously that's municipal court time, that's, PD time, that's, staff time. What does that cost for the 10 criminal trespasses with the 8 arrests?
Counselor, we don't do that level of cost accounting, so I think it would, we're not prepared to.
Okay, because it would be nice if we could compare that cost with the cost of, the services we're offering. It'd be nice to have that comparison. Also, another reason why I have an issue with option 2 is because our partnership with Arvada is no longer an option. They have decided to change course, and now we no longer have that partnership. And I don't think that we should be relying on nonprofits and faith-based organizations when it is, our job is to make this city better for everyone, including our residents, but that also includes, our unhoused. And if we're just relying on nonprofits and faith-based organizations, we're not sure what they're doing. We're not sure what or what options they're providing. It's not. They're not as. I'm sorry. What we're
Consistent?
Yes, thank you. It's not consistent. So we need some sort of level of consistency. And so I think that unless we are going to we're going to provide some of the things that we're saying, you're not allowed to do. It's not right. I mean, where is somebody who's living in their car supposed to go? There's no place for them to go. And so until we figure out those issues, I really have issue with agreeing with number 2.
Councilor Rosati?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for your presentation, Chief. I think I'm the one that called this study session. I've been asking, and thank you for presenting as well, Acting Director. I have a few questions, a few comments. I'd like to start with the good, right? And I want people to hear this, that when I speak to city councilors all across the state, different municipalities, and we talk about crime, they tell me all their issues, the good and the bad. Then I tell them, well, we don't have that problem in Westminster, right? Because we have one of the best police departments, if not the best in the state. And I say that because when we talk about crime, I don't know what's going on with the mic, but when we talk about crime, there's a lot of ways to look at it. And the way I like to look at it is not just data-driven, but priority-driven, right? Top-down versus the other way around. And I can't even say enough good words as to how much our police department does. As you know, Chief, was it 2021? We had a 13% vacancy. The 2021 council, 4 of us were on it. We invested, we did as much as we could. Now it's what, 1%, 1 point something. That's a huge knock. No, let's keep that, right? So we're investing in the police. We're investing in crime. We've addressed a lot of different types of crime in this city. Mainly the car thefts. So if everyone recalls how bad the car thefts were and where they're at now, we made a lot of code changes to make that happen. And I say all that because, to me, I'm really proud of that because it shows how well prioritization can actually work when we prioritize and not just try to address everything, right? Car theft was an issue, a real issue, a very dangerous issue that a lot of residents of all classes and of all likes were experiencing, and we focused on it because that was important to focus on. And from everything you said, Director, the continuum of compassion as it is, I mean, I don't want that to go, to kind of get shoved away here. That's a huge success story. With 60% success rate from our navigators in getting an unhoused individual permanently housed, right? I think you said 117 permanently housed lifetime from the continuum of compassion. That's what happens when preventative care, right? When we think more preventative. But as we know, we've been going around the city. We've done a lot of community events with like the Village at Park Center and various shopping centers, et cetera. And they're telling us, well, there's an issue with crime. And from what I've heard and from speaking with the chief and speaking with various officers, there is an overlap, but there's not a correlation between the criminality that's happening in Westminster and the unhoused population. To me, when I think about specifically the unhoused and the percentage of those who commit actual crime, the only crime that I think of that could possibly occur would be the aggressive panhandling and public disturbances and some trespassing, right? What I don't think of when I think about crime and the unhoused is sleeping or sheltering. So I'm not a fan of number 2 simply because it doesn't address the actual percentage of the unhoused who may commit crimes. Those aren't crimes. So to take this back to how do we prioritize what's important? And when I think about stats, and I've said this a lot, violent crime is down in the city, right? Motor vehicle thefts are down 50%. What's up are burglaries, retail theft is up, street racing is up, speeding is up. We're hearing about fireworks, right? Fireworks, and we'll talk about that in the next presentation. But crime rings. There are crime rings that are actually causing a lot of these various crimes that people are experiencing. And when I think about the unhoused, they're not an organized crime unit. They're not driving cars or speeding down. They're not the ones street racing. They're not. There may be some of them committing the retail theft, right? Maybe, but the burglaries, they're not packing, right? They're not shooting up stores or burglarizing these centers. So to me, those are the crimes that we should be focused on. And I think from a city taxpayer standpoint, we need to be focusing our police resources on those things, not allocating more police resources towards folks sleeping on sidewalks. Because what I see number 2 is saying that there's a correlation if they can stay and sleep somewhere or shelter somewhere, then being there may lead to more crime, which would be the only connection I could see with why this is even an option. But I do agree that we need a balanced approach. And to Councilor Camelia's point, I think she made some excellent points. The option is not on there, what that balanced approach is. We do need to turn up the heat on enforcement. And we do need to turn up the heat on being proactive. I think we're doing number 2 really well. As we've heard, the stats are working. And we also heard that these targeted efforts are working. So it's really about how can we get more targeted and address the issues. And what I heard are specifically to get more targeted, what I'm hearing is that we have a county issue, right? I don't know what the county is doing, but we need to address that. We need to address the bail release paradigm. It seems to be a revolving door that's a step. Those are issues that matter. And I think that's what we should focus on and focus dollars on, but not this stuff. So I picked number 1. But thank you for your presentation.
City Manager, I'd love for you to share, probably for the 3rd time I've asked you over the last few months. You meet with the county managers. What is each county doing around homelessness and the unhoused?
So at this time, there is a very organized group of the city managers in Jefferson County, and we meet monthly, twice monthly. Deputy OP sits directly on the unhoused part of that, and the city managers meet monthly. We mostly end up talking about unhoused, and it's all around the first part of this presentation, which is the resources that we provide currently to the unhoused population. That's the same group of city managers years back that really, in effect, helped launch the Navigator Center program, which was going to be one in Arvada, which really would have been very close to Westminster, and then one in Lakewood. The Lakewood Center did launch, is running, and Lakewood is asking other cities in Jefferson County for assistance in that, because the operating costs are now on an annual basis in the millions of dollars, and they didn't really prepare for that and budget for that. And as you know, the Arvada Center just did not come to fruition, so that didn't move forward. So most of the Jefferson County cities, which is us included, for half of our geography, are on their own with these resources that we provided. And we're not all the same. And so each city is providing a different suite of resources for the unhoused population and access to resources. We've put those resources, we've had a collective look at those in Jefferson County. Adams County is not nearly as organized with respect to this issue. And I think that what the chief raised tonight with respect to the sheriff's office and such is an example of that we just don't have yet that level of integration with other cities in Adams County in terms of these types of approaches. But the Jefferson County cities are really on it, and we really are working closely together. We could spend more money on the resourcing side, and certainly the city is. We've been trying very hard to get up to 4 navigators. The navigators do provide access to resources in the event that individuals are, contacted by either rangers or our police officers in response to either. It's typically a resident concern, as Councillor Ireland gave an example, or a business concern that someone's in the area and not moving along. And so either our police or our rangers come by. What I think the chief is pointing out in that case is that we have a really gray area out in the city. So the officers are not necessarily having the same toolkit when they arrive to help somebody access resources. And I hope that what's come through tonight is that the focus of Westminster has always been to help people access resources. And when people are declining access to those resources, and there are multiple prongs, as Mr. Otzelberger outlined, that the police chief is seeking options to at least normalize the way that people view non-private property in the city. And I think that that's been the biggest challenge for our either whether they're rangers or police officers, just don't know how to. There isn't a clear line of communication there. So the short answer is Jefferson County, we're highly coordinated on those issues. Adams County, not as well. That'll be one of the things I'm working on, and the chief as well. But
And the county administrators?
Well, there's been turnover with both. We're working well with Mr. Kirby at Jefferson County, and they do have a monthly program where the groups are brought together. There has been a lot of turnover in Adams County, so we haven't had that continuity of leadership there, and they're now I believe they're in a process for their next county manager. So we just don't have that same continuity with Adams County yet. We're working on that.
As far as public parking, our two of our 3 Walmarts have public parking, okay, plus with their 18-wheelers, they're okay because they come off of the interstate. 72nd and Sheridan, we wrote that into everything. People can't stay overnight, and that's because there's neighborhoods around, and that was what they asked. But even when I talked to Dennis, the manager there, and he knows that they have some of the unhoused sleeping there in their cars and whatnot, but he said they're taking care of it. They haven't had any troubles. So we do have at least 2 big spots that are allowed for overnight parking. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thanks. A lot of good questions. And I feel like, similar to Councillor Carmelia, I feel like perhaps we need a little more fleshing out of how we can find a balance between giving, the PD more tools versus just not allowing sheltering on public property. And maybe if I can get a couple of my questions answered, might help me. So can you help me understand, like, between B and C for number 2? What again is the difference between the public property? Yeah, okay, so
Mayor Pro Tem,
yeah, maybe without.
sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you there.
Okay.
So in letter B, the unauthorized sheltering on public property, what that is focused on is the public land that is owned by the city that is not controlled by PRNL. So it's not a city park. It is not open space. Both of those land designations have ordinances that allow that property to close and to open, so people are not able to shelter there 24/7. So what this is seeking is similar language as it would relate to the rest of the public property that is owned by the city that is not managed or owned, if you will, by PRNL. So public works and other city properties, fire stations, those.
So tell me, are we having a problem? I didn't quite hear. We were having a problem on our public properties like that it was more geographically an issue in business areas and Wagon Road and.
So, Mayor Pro Tem, so one of the, I think, shared interest here is where do we have an opportunity to streamline, and hearing your comments and the comments of others of an option 3, and as the chief alluded to, so Title 13 of the code gives specific authority to the PRL director for PRL lands that quite frankly are some tools in the tool belt that aren't there for Big Dry Creek wastewater treatment plant has been a hotspot because of the Wagon Road proximity. Our park in Englewood, I went through with the Rangers on Thursday last summer. It was an incredible challenge with encampment there. It is literally clean. It was like a Hallmark movie on Thursday. It had a mother pushing a daughter in a swing, people walking their dogs, which quite frankly, I'm not sure how many people would have felt safe doing that at a certain point last summer. So that the tools that we were able to use, PRL was able to use to address the challenges at Willowbrook, Englewood, those tools don't exist for somewhat close property with the wastewater treatment plant property. Another example is the banana parcel. I don't know if everyone's familiar with the colorfully termed banana. Kind of looks like banana, but 40 acres by Circle Point, US 36. I personally conducted an abatement a couple months ago there because it was a very, very tricky situation, proximity to Jefferson Academy, and so quite simply, and there are bright legal minds in the room, and policy direction is what's thought first. Quite simply, if there was some practical way to take Title 13 authority and have some of that applied for that non-PRL owned, city-owned land, that would help. I think, as the chief alluded to, on private property, there's clarity of authority. As I shared with our statistics, I think generally Continuum compassion and our protocols are working well on PRL property, but there's this little donut hole with non-PRL city-owned property that maybe, as counselors talk about this option 3, maybe that's a concept.
So, and then we have the overnight parking on all city property. Is that, Is that different than the public property you were just talking about?
Mayor Pro Tem, if I could, Norm Hobart here. So the public property would be more, I guess, geared towards, in my mind, would be geared towards more the actual land, the grassy areas, the trails, that type of stuff that is not PRNL, so actual land, whereas option C would be more the actual parking lot, like City Hall parking lot or a fire station parking lot. Those are not private property and are not held to private property standards. And those are public government properties where open parking is allowed.
So, all right, one last question. What specifically is the tool that helps with the business community? Or are we already equipped?
So most of the business community, I mean, there are areas around them that are public lands that are owned by public works and or parks. So it depends on exactly which business we're talking about, but the actual businesses in and of themselves are private property, and so those property rights are fairly clear, and so we work with the property owners there to find navigation services for somebody that is on private property, and then ultimately, if their wish is to have them removed, then we work with that individual to find shelter and to move them to private property ultimately.
Okay. I think then, sorry, I hesitate on fully going forward with number 2. Where I do pause is C, with overnight parking on parking lots like fire stations. I feel like if I were experiencing homelessness, where would I want to go? I'd probably want to go hang out on a city public parking lot because I'd feel the safest there. And so that one I struggle with, and I would want to see a third option that would take a look at that. And it always helps to have some understanding of, some best practices of what I know we're kind of ahead of the game for many communities. So I also want to commend staff for just getting us there in general. But if there are any sort of exemplary communities, I know that Aurora has worked a lot with this, whether or not it's, the end all be all of the approaches, but Lakewood as well, with their overnight parking. And so I just kind of want to take a closer look at that if we were to, before taking any action on an ordinance that specifically tackles the overnight parking component. And I, so like I said, I'm open to giving you more tools, but I think that we need to take another round over this and maybe a little more context for, are we sticking our necks out or not, or are we doing something that is pretty decent, proven approach in other communities. And certainly just the whole other conversation about working with the counties. So that's something I think we have to do outside of the specific ordinances you're looking at.
Councilor Dumont.
I just, excuse me, wanted to add my 2 cents. I mean, what I'm hearing you guys say is we have a problem and these are answers to some of the problems you have. What I hear you, and I'm seeing nodding from the chief, what I'm hearing you say is you don't necessarily have to use these tools. It's a discretion just like anything else for the officers. But you have challenges around these problem areas and these would address those problem areas. I find it frustrating that we don't have 4 people who understand that. I find it frustrating to hear that we don't understand that those of us who want to support this aren't saying everybody who's homeless is a criminal. That's not the case. But I can give you a very real example off of Old Wadsworth against Big Dry Creek, the subdivision there, where they had encampments over a couple years that we weren't addressing because some of the rules where I know that there were dermic needles behind the fence of a friend of my son. And it was hard to address because you didn't see them using the drugs. So who's to say they were their drugs? And under that current situation that we were going through after 2020, we weren't addressing it because we didn't have the tools in order to do that. I just want to put that out there because what I have heard from the community and what I have heard from our police department is frustration around these areas. Part of the reason we didn't have those tools was because of a court ruling. That court ruling has changed. So I'm frustrated, not because I don't agree with my colleagues that we should be empathetic and lead with passion and sympathy for folks, but because at some point there is a line and that's where it becomes criminal. It's not because you're homeless. It's because there are certain ways in which you and I would have to abide by the law that we should hold everybody who visits or calls home or is homeless in the city of Westminster. It should be the same set of rules for everybody. And that's what I have heard from our residents time and time again. So I don't know, what more our staff could do in order to address the issues that I have heard over my 8 years here.
I support too, and here's why. We have done great work with what you've done so far, and you have all shown compassion. You're sharing where the problems are, that you are officers. What do? Caught between a catch-22. We want them to do this, but we take that away from them. To me, the key to this whole thing is we ask them, do you want help? We've given help. We've housed people. We've helped people get into drug rehab. We have helped in so many ways. If people make the conscious choice to live the way they want to live and to hell with laws, that isn't what I'm about, because I have 116 other people here in this city saying, we had it last summer. Mayor, I have encampment down here. I have an Eagle Scout that needs to go out and do something and camp. So can I just go out there and we fulfill it that way? Is that what we want? Shipshod, everybody doing whatever? Equity is equity. And if we have laws, we should have them. We are giving people the choices to get help. And we do it in such a compassionate way. And we have done a great job. Your team's unbelievable. And I know they come and go, but they have been great. Your officers helping where there has been help needed. But if they choose not to, folks, that's the tough discussion. Are you going to just allow X amount of people to live lawless? And that's it for me. And I am for 2. If we need to clean it up, terrific. But I'm for 2 so that you can do your job, because that's what we're asking you to do.
I just wanted to add, sorry, I had my hand raised, but I don't know how to.
I can't see you.
Yeah, I figured. I don't think that it's a cold no on giving more tools. I think that some of these make sense to me after just hearing some of the Q&A back and forth and the justification. I think there's a little bit of for me, it's probably more of my concern is on C. So I don't feel like it's to say that we don't all have some idea of that we need to give our PD some more tools. So I think there's just a little bit of common ground that we can find to just overall make some moves forward as a unified council. At least I hope that's the case. But I don't want everybody to feel frustrated. I feel like I'm hoping that there's a little bit of room to just have a third option here. So.
Councilor Zadi.
Thank you, Mayor. And I guess to reiterate what I said, because my argument wasn't based on compassion, it was based on economics and prioritization. And I'll repeat, these there are 6 elements of crime that I believe are way more important that need immediate addressing. That's speeding, street racing, burglaries, retail theft, crime rings. And I'll hear more about fireworks soon. But sleeping on the sidewalk is not addressing crime. Unless we're saying that sleeping will then lead to them maybe using drugs. Okay, then let's get targeted, right? And I agree with Mayor Pro Tem where there is a third option possible that actually addresses what I think this is getting at, which is the small percentage of unhoused people who may, let's say they pee outside of a store, right? Or they do something lawless, as I've heard. Sleeping is not lawless. It's a waste of resources if we address simply people. I mean, we need to focus our police on these more important crimes. And I would love to see maybe a third option that to address this, maybe there's a third option that specifically adds more police officers to business centers, right? Because from what I heard throughout the year, if there was more presence, and we can't because we only have a finite amount of resources, right? So we can't be everywhere at the same time. But if there's an option that says, all right, well, let's hire more police officers if we need to, and focus them specifically on our business community and saying more patrols, right? More just being present eliminates most crime at these shopping centers. And if that's really the core of some of my colleagues' angst, right, is, well, how are we going to help the business community? Well, let's help them. And I think that would be much more helpful if they had officers patrolling more frequently. That would make them feel much safer, and that would eliminate the actual crime that I think matters. But sleeping on sidewalks and this stuff is not actually addressing crime. So that's more of my economic argument.
Yeah, I thought of another question. So if there were 10 criminal trespass orders, if we were to implement 2, how many more criminal trespass orders do you think we would be giving out? Like, what would the increase be? Because what I'm hearing is you're not able to do the same things on non-PRL city property. So are you not able to give those trespasses on non-PRL?
We have no legal authority to give a trespass notice for property that has no ordinances saying you can or can't be.
And how often do you find unhoused on that property?
It's occurring more and more, and really where the issue is for us is in the north area of the city, 120th and Huron and north of there is where we're seeing more of these problems, and where the issue is they are educating themselves about what is PRNL land, what is private property, and where we have no ordinances in place, like a public works and utilities easement or land in that aspect of it. And so there, we have a few individuals that are known to us. They refuse service and they move from land to land to land. And now that they've found some of these other areas, they're there, and there's nothing that we can do.
So I guess my question is, it sounds like the issue is that they're there. I'm not hearing how they're being a nuisance or how they're breaking the law. They're just there. So if they're there and they're sheltered there, then nobody else can access that area freely and safely. Well, okay, but we're talking about parking lots like City Hall. We're talking about, fire stations. We're talking about, the police station, right?
Number 2 is talking more about the physical land in and of itself, not parking lots.
Well, I'm talking about C.
Okay.
C
I'm
under
sorry, I misunderstood.
2. Right. If they're there and they're not doing anything, I guess my question is, like, what is the issue? Like, what is the issue if someone is parked at a fire station?
The Chief and Counselor, if I may, so Schoenberg Farms is a good example. Some of the city-owned property there. There are some challenges there, and the Chief hit on this Title 13 that gives PRL the authority to trespass. It's predicated on hey, these are assets and amenities and lands for everyone to enjoy. So if someone is preventing that enjoyment and the rangers have the authority and that's codified to move folks along. So Schoenberg, because of the proximity to some of the commercial businesses, and we dealt with complaints and things that may or may not be happening, but it's just there aren't those tools to, once again, from a resource first standpoint, encouraging other alternatives. But to your initial question, this and kind of with option 2B is this idea of Title 13, something like that applying to other city-owned property that's not PRL. I don't know if to answer your question on the numbers, that proportionality, my guess would be whatever enforcement efforts would take place, you would end up with something similar to that 8% or 8 to 10% of criminal trespass if the proportionality plays out.
What I'm struggling to see is how this actually fixes the issue. Because if we are just making people move around, when we talk about, the 55 people complied, a lot of people just moved around. There were 10 people who said, I don't want to, so most people tend to move. So what this is doing is it's just causing people to move around. So maybe one business owner is happy, but another business owner is not going to be happy because all this is doing is making people move around. It's not addressing the root of the issue, which is what Councilor Azadi is talking about. If we're going to be doing things, we need to make sure that we're doing things that are going to be taking care of the root of the issue. And this, I don't see as taking care of the root of the issue. It's just moving people around, people who are already having a hard time, whether they're accepting services or not. And so this isn't about, there are some people who refuse. There were 10 people who refused. Like, that's not very many people. Like, that's not what the issue is. And this isn't taking care of the issue. So we need another option. We need an option 3 that actually deals with the root causes and the issues that we're hearing from our business community, from our residents, because I'm not seeing that here. I'm seeing we're punishing people for sleeping in public when they don't have other options. I'm seeing that we're not offering enough areas for people to park, but saying you're not allowed to, and unauthorized sheltering means we're just moving them around. Like, I don't see these as options that are helpful or taking care of any of the issues that we're hearing from our residents or our business owners. Like, this isn't it.
I want to address something that you just said and make sure that I understand. You said we're punishing people for sleeping outside, but if I understand right, we're trying to give those people somewhere else to sleep, and these people are saying, no, I want to sleep outside. Am I accurate? Yeah. So I don't...
10 though, that's 10 people.
But it's 10 people who said, I don't want your resources, I'm going to break the law and sleep outside.
10 out of over... How many have been helped? Like,
how many people does it take to harm themselves or somebody else? It takes one.
How does this fix those 10 people? How does this address that?
So what was your solution?
We need, like what Obi was talking about, I don't have all the answers. That's why we have staff. That's why we have our police department. That's why we look at what other cities have done that have actually worked. This is not what's going to work. This does not get to the root of the issue. We need solutions that get to the root of the issue, and this isn't it.
So my perspective of what this is versus what you're saying is there are some people who do not want help. They want to live outside of the confines of the law. I mean, that's the reality of the world.
Yes, and that's a very small percentage,
So
and I don't see how this fixes that. Yes, we should have tools, but these aren't the correct tools. Right, and I'm saying these are not the correct tools. I'm saying there are other tools that would work better, and these are not them.
Counselor Ireland?
So police chief, of the homeless, how many have you arrested for criminal activity besides camping?
I can't give you a percentage, but we have arrested people that are experiencing homelessness for criminal acts, theft, car break-ins, business burglaries, those things. Can't give you a percentage.
Okay, so the extended stay over there on 120th that gets all these vouchers. Were those vouchers for people experiencing homelessness?
I can't speak specifically to extended stay or those vouchers.
Because you said they came from the western slope. Is that into that extended stay as you're talking about, or is
It's not that specific hotel. It's another one that's up there. But my understanding from the officers that spoke to them were that those individuals were experiencing homelessness in West.
so? How much criminal activity has that increased in that area? Housing the homeless there.
That area has increased significantly over the last couple of years in the area of 120th and Huron. I think there's a multitude of reasons of why the crime that area specifically has seen an increase.
So the people that are released from jail from Adams County and let go there, they become homeless, right?
Some do.
Criminals that become homeless.
Some have.
And we're allowing them just to wander around, and they don't want a place to stay, but they can do whatever they want in our community, and we're not going to do anything about it.
Some of our officers and the rangers and city staff recognize folks that are in other geographical areas of the city. And they know a norm stays down in this area. When we're up north in the 120th and Huron area, we see over and over people that are new, and then we don't see them again, and then we see others that are there. So it is that geographic area with persons experiencing homelessness, I would say, is much more transient in the sense that they move around, where other geographic areas within the city, we see some of the same individuals staying in a smaller geographic. That makes sense. And we are not alone as it relates to the increase in crime. Thornton and North.
So my colleagues cannot say that homeless people do not commit crime. Is that true?
That would be a true statement.
Okay. I am for two and probably more than that, if it really comes to it.
Counselor Dumont, and then I'm going to ask if staff has enough to maybe go back and chit chat and see if you want to rework some things.
That was what I was going to ask, because I feel like otherwise we're just going to,
Yeah.
We all have very passionate feelings about this.
Yeah. And if I might, Mayor, a question. Mr. Otzelberger's comments about Title 13 and the reference that it contains being viewed as a tool that the Parks Rec and Libraries Director has, but other directors don't have. I guess I'm wondering, would a simple code edit there potentially solve part of this? And that might be replacing the PR&L director reference with a city manager or designee reference. Because if what's happening is the PR&L director is promulgating use regulations for the facilities within his department, and that's what's leading to the ability to say, well, you're potentially trespassing on this property. If a public works director, for example, wanted to have that same authority and the city manager saw fit, potentially a public works director could promulgate use regulations for the public works properties. The fire chief potentially could promulgate regulations for fire department properties. If that's becoming an issue where we need to have some rule on the books that says the following conduct or behavior or whatever is a problem on this category of properties, you could potentially get there with a code edit that would change the PR&L director reference in Title 13 to a city manager or designee kind of a reference. So just throwing it out there as potentially one of the tools that might be part of the answer.
So city manager what's your thought?
Yeah, well, I would be interested in what City Council thought of the city attorney's idea. I'm not sure that staff would be clear on what an option 3 would look like, and maybe I think that from a local government perspective, we've exhausted the resource types that we can provide. And I think in the spreadsheet attached to the memo, City of Westminster annual contribution to the resource side of this equation is $1.9 million roughly per year that we budget. We'd be open to what other tools that we think we ought to be spending money on, but that is $2 million almost from our operating budget. And I believe that what our staff team's telling us is that's taken us as far as we can in terms of access to resources. In partnership with our counties and the resources they provide, which amplifies that contribution. And so I think what the team's asking for is some clarity around leveling the playing field. We have been seeing increased problems in a certain geographic area of the city that we haven't been able to resolve to the satisfaction of our own community members, whether they're business or residential. And that's in the areas of encampments where we don't have authority to close the encampments down. And Mr. Otzelberger, what were the statistics again for how many encampments you moved out in the last period of time?
122 in 2024, and that's where out of that 122, I mean, with our code tools, our civilian tools, we were successful. We got 92%. We were.
So, and just from the staff's perspective, which you may be asking for, so those would have been brought to our attention by community members, either business or residential. And so then the city is responding to those encampment concerns and then sending staff out to provide access to resources. And then ultimately, in any of those that have been on parks, recreation, or library space, we have been successful in closing those encampments down. And then I think last year, the cleanup costs to clean those back up has been, I think, about $50,000.
The actual
roughly.
spend.
We're not able to do that same. We're not able to provide that same response to any element of our community for those areas of land that are not parks, recreation, and libraries. And I think the chief said that certain members of the community are figuring out where those areas are now in the city. So that the population is evolving and understanding that Big Dry Creek wastewater treatment facility, maybe the areas around our water treatment facility land, either existing or newly acquired, would be an area that we wouldn't be able to move an encampment along. We haven't seen it yet. We have been responding to other issues related to the drinking water facility property already. And so I think that's the staff is really just asking, not necessarily for a new tool, but just to be able to use that wrench or with that tool in similar properties.
And that's what I understand B to be.
Right. And so
But
I should have.
C
Yeah.
is
Different.
the parking piece. And I hear us confusing those two things. Go ahead.
Yeah, just for some of the things you're talking about that staff is looking for. I think that with the parking, it doesn't need to be an all or nothing approach with the city. I hear that there are clearly some areas that we don't want people parking. And that makes sense. But I don't think it needs to be an all or nothing approach when it comes to the parking. I think that Councilor Azadi, when it comes to things that actually work, had a really good idea. If there are issues around certain areas or businesses where we are seeing crime or we are seeing encampments that are affecting businesses, if we have more of a police presence there, and if that means that we need to hire more police officers for that, we should do that, because that to me seems like something that's actually effective, that would actually work. So those are just two things off the top of my head that I think would make things better, is if we didn't have an all or nothing approach when it came to parking on public use land, and then also, where there should be a police presence, if that's what's effective, that's what we should be doing. And if there are people there who want help, sure, we can send staff there. But I think if there's a police presence, there's the likelihood that somebody's going to go and, cause issues is much less likely when they know that we have a police presence there. So I think, utilizing our officers in the areas that we're seeing most of the issues, and I think having a more flexible approach to the parking on city property, I think are two ideas that could make an option 3 better.
Are you okay with the B, with the land that is like with water treatment plant?
Right, if the water, that's what I was saying, like with all or nothing, like obviously we don't want people parking with the water treatment
That's not
plant.
parking. They're
Oh, yeah, we
camping.
we don't,
That's
obviously
where
there are
you
places.
got me
And,
confused.
right, and maybe even with the parking where I say it shouldn't be all or nothing, maybe it's the same with city property. Because we don't want people camping, at our water treatment plant. That's a security risk for other, reasons. So I think the issue is if we are saying no to all of it, because there's certain areas that we don't want people, it makes it harder. So I think we should be looking at, what places, like the water treatment plant, I think the all or nothing is an issue. And I think there might be some middle ground.
Can I add?
Sure.
I think that I am comfortable with B, which or with Mr. Frankel's suggestion of tackling that. I do agree with Councillor Hott regarding the parking one. I've said it before, just not being an all or nothing kind of thing on the city properties. But I definitely think B could move forward. With the increase in police presence, I mean, if we could do that, we'd probably be doing that now with the staffing that we have. But if we increase it there, then I'm sure it has an impact on something else that we're doing. So I'd want to better understand what the staffing implications are and what trade-offs that might result in from our staff's perspective. So, yeah.
So can I get a thumbs up if we do or we don't agree with B?
Yeah.
And so what are you on B? Mayor Pro Tem, are you a thumbs up?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, B.
Okay, so you've got
Thumbs up
on that one. Do you feel like you could relook at parking? I mean, I do think the Walmart pieces have to be included in there because they're well lit. And as I said, Dennis says they don't have problems with, they keep their areas clean. And I know with the one area I know about, they've kept everything clean. I never turned them in because they were one paycheck away and trying to get back on their own. And nobody really knew that they were where they were at. And they are happily now housed. Oh, Councilor Camille.
I wanted to add that I think we should make a priority, going back to the beginning, of closing the gap, the communication gap with other cities and counties, especially if we're talking about folks from the Western Slope. And maybe instead of focusing on some of the individuals, we need to be focusing on them. First step, I think, is collaboration. But then if not, if cities are still busing people here, I think we should look at litigation. I mean, I think we should really be talking about why is this happening and holding other cities and counties accountable, because then they have to take a look at their processes and then they have to provide services as well, instead of putting the problem on other cities. And so I just want to go back and readdress that because we're all responsible for it. And then I wanted to reiterate that I don't think any of us, well, I disagree with the police ask, but I would say that we're not in general asking to increase funds because I'm not on board with that, especially around city manager, your comments, just addressing that around the unhoused. I don't think we're asking for that at all. And then I wanted to say that I am open to a code change. I think that that's a pretty good idea. And But in general, I just want to say that I have a hard time looking at a code change or anything until I really understand. I have a hard time putting legal consequences on individuals until I can tell them where it is that they can go. And if our navigators are tapped out at 25 and we say, well, you can't go to them, then what? And that's what I mean by that.
And as far as county managers, as you heard, we've got new ones in both places. So that's going to take longer than a quick fix. Talking to county commissioners, any of our meetings, that probably needs to be big discussion where all of us are there at an ad hoc meeting. But we need to look at what we can do because it's our problem here. And just like we thought we had a partnership with Arvada, blew up. Understand what they went to do. They're taking care of themselves. In a sense, we have to take care of what we're dealing with. And if anybody's looking at adding police people, that's an amendment to our budget. So, and where's it going to come from? Okay, what else do you guys need?
So Mayor, just since I'll be heading this, making sure that I'm clear in the direction as it relates to 2A, the answer is no. As it relates to B, there's a consensus with 4 to move forward with that. And as it relates to C, potentially, well, not potentially, coming back with other options as it relates to not necessarily an all or none, but maybe these sections of land and not these sections of land, something to that.
You need anything else?
We will also, we'll look at other options around parking. We know that there used to be or was a state-wide initiative on safe parking, and that's not something that
Right.
is in place anymore. That's shut down. That's unfortunate.
We can check with the crossing there, the church on 104th that has been doing it, and they didn't care. I mean, they went through the proper pieces, but when it sort of died down, they still allow people to come as long as they give them the rules, and as long as they abide, they're welcome there.
Yeah. And then also, I wanted to make sure, we'll also follow up, Councilor Carmela, you had mentioned something earlier on this evening around the laundry services and the shower services. So we'll also include a report back on those elements when we come back on this. So I think what we'll do is we'll come back earlier rather than later while the discussion is fresh. And then any work that we're continuing to do or need more deeper dive on, we'll indicate that in that report back, but we'll do that sooner rather than later. And we'll tie it all together in the same response and then give that back to you to act on and give us further direction, especially with some additional information once we've run down a few more options around, particularly option 2C.
I would like to see in the budget discussions if you can bring forth adding more police presence business. And we can make a decision as a council whether you like it or not. But I would be in support of it. So I want to see the numbers around that.
That would be a great segue to the next item on the agenda, which is the police chief's budget and where he's deploying his resources currently. And then we can probe a little bit on what flexibility you have and such.
Do people need a break? Or are we ready to go? We need a 5-minute break.
Chris Lindsay, the Assistant City Manager. Tonight you're going to hear from the Police Department and the Finance Department, who will both provide you an overview of their individual departments' 2025 budgets, functional areas, and priorities. This effort is one of the action items from your budget reflection session, which was to have department directors more involved communicating existing operations, needs, and priorities. And what a timely opportunity to have Chief Howard up front here. These presentations are intended to offer an overview for council and public to gain better understanding prior to engaging in the development of the 2026 budget later this year. And with that, we'll start the evening.
Welcome again.
Welcome back, Mayor Pro Tem, councilors, those in the audience and those online. My name is Norm Howard. I'm the Chief of Police. I've been with the department for 26 years, and I've been in this role since March of 2020. With me tonight are a few of my colleagues. If I could just have them raise their hand as I'm acknowledging them. Deputy Chief Dean Villano, he's been here for 34 years. He's held the ranks of Sergeant, which is our first line supervisor, Commander, which is our mid-level manager, and is currently a Deputy Chief, which is our division manager. He's been in that role since 2020. He's held various roles all through the PD, both in investigations and in the operations division. Deputy Chief Dave Lester, been here for 36 years. Like DC Villano, he's held the rank of Sergeant, Commander, and Deputy Chief. He's been in that role since 2023, and again, he's worked in various roles all through the PD throughout his career. Business operations coordinator Cassandra Otis. She's been with the PD for 3 years, and she's been with the city for a total of 12 years. She oversees our contracts and grants coordinator, our city's first ever data analyst, and is leading the charge for our policy and procedure rewrite. In the next couple of weeks, we will be releasing our new policies and then releasing all of them over the next several months. We will have them posted on the website for greater transparency. And ultimately, she will lead the charge into our reaccreditation process with the Colorado Association of Chiefs of Police, and long-term goal then with CALEA, which is the Commission on Accreditation for Law Enforcement Agencies, but that's about a 5-year process. So last and certainly not least is our police legal advisor, Jenna Roth. She's been here for 2.5 years. She answers directly to City Attorney Frankel. She's been in the business for 19 years. She started in Lakewood as a city prosecutor and then moved to the police legal advisor within Lakewood. She provides legal training to officers, reviews policies and training materials, and generally speaking, keeps the police department legally sound. So with that, I will move to the next slide here. So the police department is the largest department within the city. And as I go through these slides, I'll just kind of set this up here now. When I became chief, the police department had 4 divisions. So when I became chief in 2023, I made the decision to reorganize into 3 divisions. So those divisions are the administration division, operations, and specialized services. So multiple times in here, I'll talk about the reorganization. It actually occurred in 2023 as it relates to promotions and staff movement, but for purposes of this discussion, it occurred in 2024 as it relates to the budget document. Some of these numbers on the slides for each division may seem like significant increases or decreases. Most of this is captured in the reorganization because we had 3, I'll just say, operational divisions. One of those was voided, and we moved people and resources to the other 2. So I believe ultimately that this made us more efficient and effective. It streamlined communication between the divisions within the department, but it does create a much larger workload for the 2 deputy chiefs with the size of their division. So next slide here. So this is the overall PD budget. Again, you see the 3 divisions there: administration, operations, and specialized services. I'll go into more detail within the other slides, but as it relates to each of those line items, personnel relates to salaries, benefits, uniforms, and equipment. Contractual services really dives into the contracts that we have with outside entities. A lot of technology, but also includes our detox services and our juvenile assessment centers. Commodities is a category for supplies and equipment. And capital outlay, we're like some of the other Some of the other departments were a little unique in this area. These are basically for one-time purchase. So like a police rifle, when that goes into service, that usually has a shelf life of 8 to 10 years, depending on its usage. So that's not something that we want to budget for annually in the annual budget. So that's where you see some of those, you'll see some big and different expenditures in the capital outlay items. Again, the PD split into 3 divisions on paper, but there's only 2 true divisions as it relates to size. The administration division is the smallest division. That's the one that I oversee. You have the operations division, which is currently run by Deputy Chief Dean Milano. And when we're talking about operations, it's really the uniform personnel or anybody that's really public facing. As it relates to specialized services, it's more the non-uniform people and people that aren't always public facing. Last thing I'll touch on in this slide before I really get into the numbers here is we'll talk about 2 groups of people, sworn and professional staff. And the reason that's important to us is historically, when I was growing up in the department and other departments, we refer to them as sworn and non-sworn. Non-sworn is not exactly an inclusive term, and it really kind of divided the police department. And so we did a rebranding there several years ago, and so we refer to either sworn personnel or professional. So if you hear me use those terms, that's more what I'm talking about. I do have a correction. I have an updated slide. I will get the electronic version to City Clerk Fitch to post online here. But if I could pass these out on the slide. On the slide that's up there, if you look under fiscal year budget 2024, if you notice the commodities line and the capital outlay line are both the same. Those numbers were transposed. The capital outlay number should be different. It should be to the tune of $320,000. And then the other line that's below that is in the $572,000, upping that total dollar amount to $46,976,000. So we'll get this corrected, but we just wanted you to all have the correct information that should have been on the slide. So I apologize about that oversight there. So the Police Administration Division, this slide really covers the numbers as it relates to personnel. And again, this is the smallest division within the police department. The Administration Division is responsible for the overall budget, policies, goals, reporting, research, and overall leadership and oversight of all of our authorized staff. Across the bottom of the page, you'll see that in 2022 and in 2023, staffing was held consistent at 6.0 FTE or full-time employee. In 2024, there was an increase as part of that reorganization. In that reorganization, I moved internal affairs, training and hiring, and the public information unit to the administration division and had them directly answer to me. Although I agree with this philosophically and still think the chief should have their fingerprints all over this, operationally it wasn't effective. I didn't have enough time to spend with them in day-to-day operations, and really it became a pain point for us, but not being as efficient and effective. So in the 2025 budget, internal affairs, training, and hiring were moved out of the administration division. So that's where you see in 2024, we increased that number, the original 6. We added 9.8 FTEs, became a 15.8. And then in 2025, we moved 8.8 employees out of that division into another division. But I did keep the public affairs coordinator, and she answers directly to me. So that's why those numbers are kind of jumbled. And again, you'll see that through the slide deck as it relates to fiscal year 2020. So the next slide here. So again, this is for the smallest division within the police department. Personnel includes salary, benefits, and uniforms. Some of the contractual items that you see there would include polygraphs and backgrounds, telephone and data plans for city-issued cell phones, license plate reader cameras, data plans, undercover lines, cell phone extraction software, and reverse 911 bills that we would receive from the phone company. It also includes some of the contracts that we would use for the police academy. Each academy student that we hire or police trainee is between $8,000 to $10,000 for that tuition. We would pay that to whatever academy we're sending these students to. And then we have a good chunk in there as well for software subscription. In the commodities line, you see quite the anomaly there when you go from 2023 to 2024. And a large chunk of that is from when we move professional services or internal affairs and hiring. Internal affairs takes care of all of our ammunition allocation. And that large expenditure is for ammunition. So when they moved in 2025, when I moved that group back out, that's why that you see that huge decrease. So the last line that I'll call your attention to is the other section. So in fiscal year 24 and 25, and calling your attention there, that's our grant holding account. It allows our funds, it allows the city basically to front load the money there so we can spend those monies. And then when we get the grant money, let me know if I'm saying that's wrong. Then when we get the grant money and through supplemental appropriations, council authorizes those monies to go back into the general. Some of those grants include speed enforcement, click it or ticket, seatbelt campaign, grants from the Department of Local Affairs, which cover both mental health training for our officers, as well as some of our co-responder salaries. VOCA grants, which is the Victims of Crimes Act administrators. Some of that goes to the salaries for the victim advocates. We have an Internet Crimes Against Children grant, as well as some of our justice assistant grants where we can directly buy police equipment. I share this information specifically as we head into the 2026 budget process, as the state budgets are receiving a monumental shortfall, and obviously there's some restructuring in the federal government with budget cuts, et cetera. So some of these pieces we may not be able to do anymore, but some of these pieces we have in play as it relates to co-responders and victim advocates that we may have to fund if they're not. So next slide here, 6 of 13. This basically covers the goals for the administration division this year. Obviously executing the collective bargaining agreement between the city and the FOP Lodge 25. Want to make sure that there's clear, constant, and transparent communication, both internally with all of the staff and externally with our community. I don't think we can over-communicate with either group, both internally and externally. So we want to increase our communication, engagement, and social media with our public affairs coordinator. And this is a time for a shameless plug. You can follow us on Facebook, X, Instagram, or Mayor, you can download our app at the Google Play Store and the Apple Play Store.
Best app ever.
Best app ever. There you go. And again, long term, we want to be reaccredited with the Colorado Association of Chiefs of Police. The last time we were accredited with them was in 2016. I don't know why we didn't continue that accreditation. I can't say. But when I took over as the chief, one of the things that we looked at initially was, in order to be accredited through either the Colorado Association of Chiefs of Police or CALEA, we needed to make sure that our policies were up to snuff. Correct. Our policies were not. So we were in the process of, we have finalized almost all of our policies. We will be moving to a new format. Those policies will be released here in the next couple of weeks, and then we will roll those out. So my hope is by the beginning of Q4, we have our new policies and procedures out, and then we can start that reaccreditation process with the Colorado Association of Chiefs of Police. Long-term goal there, something very similar to what the fire department did and what Public Works is looking to do, is be accredited through, we would do it through CALEA, which is kind of the industry gold standard, and that's about a 5-year process. We begin to start. So really the wins there for us is that holds us accountable as to the policies and procedures, and it keeps us up to date with industry standards and best practices. That's why we look to move to a CALEA credit. Slide number 7. The operations division, again, it's the largest in the police department. As you can see there in fiscal year 2025, you're talking 168 employees. That's a large workload for our young Deputy Chief Dean Toronto. Uniform personnel in that division would include patrol, obviously responding to calls for service, proactive calls, high visibility in business areas. We also have traffic unit, making contact with in traffic zones, and ultimately their goal is to make a behavior change in some of our motoring. In the operations division, we also have graffiti enforcement. We have our animal management unit that partners with our partners there in Golden with the Foothills Animal Shelter. We have our special events and engagement team that do a lot of our community outreach. They're the ones that do our Santa Cops, Coffee with the Cop, and our open house. You have your calendars out. Our next open house will be on Saturday, June 21st, from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Chambers plugs all over. So also in this division, we have our co-responders. We were just able to go through a hiring process and hire a co-responder that will be paid for the opioid settlement money. And that co-responder will be assigned to folks in crisis, but also that deal with substance abuse, specifically in opioid. So the co-responder program has been monumental in providing services in mental health crisis. And they work alongside, obviously, with the police department and the fire. The last group that I'll talk about here in the operations division is our report specialists. They're usually the ones sitting at the front desk when people come into the police department welcoming folks. Those report specialists, to give you an idea of their workload, they approve all the online reports. And between the online reports and the reports that they take when people come into the police department, all the police department, you're talking 15 to 20% of the actual reports that are taken through the year are taken by those folks, our report specialists. So again, an invaluable service there. Across the bottom, just making sure that we're keeping up with the numbers there. Fiscal year 22 and 23, we're stagnant there with 126 persons assigned to that division. At that time, it was referred to as the patrol division, so it was again a little bit different. In 24, we made the move to this being the operations division and moved 41 persons out of the formerly known as technical services division into operations. So a lot of that would have been our traffic personnel and some of those folks that moved there. And then in 2025, you see it went up by one person. We did not hire an additional person. We had a vacancy in another division, and we assigned them to the operations division in traffic. So knowing that is one of our largest complaint areas, we have a lot, as you all know, a lot of work going on in that area. So this slide covers the budget allocations for the operations division. Again, a large portion of the increase in 2024 is due to the reorganization and moving 41 persons from technical services to operations. Personnel, again, salary, benefits, uniform, contractual. Some of the items here are money spent for critical incident debriefing with our police psychologist, also mandatory annual mental health check. And then also the opportunity outside of those for officers, professional staff to go with or without their family to the police psychologist if they're having issues dealing with issues as it relates to things that they've seen on the job or things outside of the job that are affecting them. They have those options. And it's a service that not all departments offer, but I think it's one of the things that sets us apart as we're concerned with everybody that works in that building with their mental health. There's also a large chunk of the contractual services that relates to detox services for juvenile assessment centers. And we also have a large portion of this, just under $400,000 for the Foothills Animal Shelter, intergovernmental agreement, and then also some of our towing. In the commodity section, again, some of that is operating supplies, SWAT equipment that needs to be replaced, hazmat and biohazard cleanup as it relates to what some of the things that happen in the back of patrol cars or in holding cells. We have to get those clean. And then with some of the water, I don't quite understand this, with some of the wastewater law changes and stuff, we can't, if there's a bad accident scene or something that we don't necessarily want the public to be walking through. When I was growing up in the department, you asked the fire department to come out and hose it down, and that's unacceptable because of some of the wastewater restrictions there. So we actually have to contract with companies to come out and clean up those crime scenes or an accident scene where there may be blood and biohazards in the roadway. We have to get those. We don't want, obviously, the public seeing some of that stuff. So having that visual understanding. So some of that we use for those. Capital outlay items there. In 2024, it's a smaller number there at 47,000. Some of those were to replace SWAT rifles. And again, replacement of one of our license plate reader cameras that we have throughout the city. In 2023, you see a much larger expenditure, and that was to replace our night vision goggles for the SWAT team, some of our ballistic helmets for the team, as well as other license plate readers. Priorities for the operations division. Again, first and foremost, continuing services with the co-responder, the newly hired opioid co-responder. During that process, we had one of our other co-responders retire. So we're actually going to be posting that and hiring another co-responder. It's been a huge value add for the police department and emergency services, reducing the liability for the officers, the PD, and the city. And they also provide a critical service and a better service for those in crisis. Special events and engagement, in order for us to continue to build the trust with the community, they need to know us. They need to know us as individuals. They need to know us as people. And so it's not just a unit opportunity here. It's an opportunity for everybody within the police department to get out there and engage with the community. Because when people know us, they don't know me as, hey, that's a cop. They know me as Norm. That we can start working on that trust and building those relationships. So some of the things that we're doing, again, we talked about the business box with economic development, open houses, our Citizens Police Academies coming up here in the fall, and Coffee with the Cop. Continue to work on speed enforcement in the school zones. We recently purchased a speed trailer, so that will help us with educational opportunities in the neighborhoods. We'll pull the trailer out there. It'll have the speed limit sign, and then it'll have the speed flashing at the individuals going down the street. So working on some of our opportunities there. Street racing, as you have heard last week at City Council, still continues to be an area that we work on. We are part of a Metro Task Force as it relates to street racing. We also belong to the Adams County Street Racing Task Force. We also we assign officers on random nights to go out and to specifically work street racing within our community. We have one of the benefits where we have done well with the street racing community is we have established good relationships with some of the car clubs. We've also got good buy-in from our businesses, some of the large parking lot businesses, Walmart, Home Depot, and some of those. And they've erected no trespassing signs, which then allow us when the car clubs come in, and they know that now in Westminster, so most of them don't congregate in Westminster. Now, sadly, that means they travel through Westminster. But we were seeing 300, 400, 500 cars show up to these events, and we're going to send 3, maybe 4 officers over there to deal with them, and it's an absolute mess for us. So we were very proactive in that area, and we've seen the benefits of that and not having those car clubs show up in the city. Again, employee wellness, really focusing on our mental health, and also looking to develop a functional fitness program for our office. Last and certainly not least is evaluate staffing, and really focusing on that with our data analysts as it relates to our shift deployments, the hours that we deploy, the number of officers or personnel that we have on different shifts, and diving in to see, do we need, right now, day shift works 6 a.m. to 4 p.m. for our call load, for our staffing, and we need to adjust that based off the data, not based off of, well, it sure feels like. So really diving in and looking to see what the data shows and analyze that to make sure that we are doing right by our citizens, but also right by the officers, and making sure that we're deploying people there as well. Specialized services. If they are not in uniform, the traditional blue uniform, they probably belong to this division. A majority of the staff in this division are professional staff. This would include our communications or dispatch center. Dispatch center dispatches for police, fire, and EMS. We have our body-worn camera unit, application specialist, police records, property evidence, our crime lab, victim advocates. Found out as a side note, the other day we have victim advocates that speak Spanish, Mandarin, Cantonese, and French and out there. And then obviously we have our investigations or our detective division. They're busy investigating cases, but we also have detectives that are assigned to our municipal courts as court marshals, making sure that if folks are at one of our jails, that they're transported there to see the judge. We also have detectives assigned to the North Metro Drug Task Force, as well as the Colorado Metro Auto Theft Task Force. Recently, in 2024, they reviewed and are still working on one of our cold cases from 1999. It was a triple homicide. We haven't had a whole lot of luck there in reopening that. We continue to work that, and it'll be something that we will review one of our other cold cases here this year as well. So we haven't forgotten those cases that are still there and still significant for those families in court. The FTE count there across the bottom. This is in going back once. Okay, getting ahead of myself here. This slide here directly as it relates to the FTE count. 81.3 in 2022. 2023, we added 2 victim advocates that would have been in this division. 2024, again, we had the reorganization where we moved. We started with the original 83.8, added 27.2 employees, coming up to 111. And then in 2025, again, we didn't hire anybody for this position, but this is what occurred when I moved those folks out of the administrative division, be it internal affairs, training, hiring, and move them back to specialized services. So kind of getting into the weeds there, but when you see some of these numbers, I want to make sure that people understand that it's shuttling people around to some of the different divisions as opposed to increasing staff by leaps and bounds. This slide here covers the budget allocations for specialized services. Again, some of the discrepancies as it relates to the merging. The biggest discrepancy here is in 2022 and 2023. On this slide, we combined the old technical services division and the old specialized services division. So when we reorged in 2024, there was no other way to really show that on this budget sheet and keep it simple. So in 2024, we actually increased the specialized services section as it relates to money and personnel. But the way it shows on the slides is it looks like a decrease because 2022 and 23 were actually 2 divisions together. So it's a little confusing, but that's where some of those, because if you look and I tell you that we added 20 some people, yet our personnel budget went down by $5 million, it makes you scratch. So try to clean that up as best we could there and explain it in this session. Some of the pieces that we use contractual services for here are radio maintenance costs, replacement equipment, emergency 911, maintenance and repair, mobile routers, mobile dispatching kits, our technology software subscriptions for our computer-aided dispatch and records management systems, some of our investigation software subscriptions that include LiveScan, which is our fingerprint machine, SOTAR, which is our sex offender tracking and registration software, a large chunk to contractual services for Axon, for tasers, body-worn cameras. And again, our direct expense was Central Square that owns our records management and computer-aided dispatch. Also have a large contractual obligation to the North Metro Drug Task Force and that intergovernmental agreement, as well as one that gets used quite a bit as well is a product called Voyance. It's now been renamed as Siricom. It's a language access line that we use, and we get annual report in the thousands of minutes of what we use. Some of the languages that we used last year were Spanish, Hmong, Arabic, Farsi, Hindi, Russian, and Somali. But it's an opportunity for us. We call them up. They find somebody that speaks that language and is bilingual and is certified through the courts all over the United States. And they make that connection. That is obviously well worth the money to make sure that we can serve those the folks that where English is not their first. Last one that I'll call attention to here in the contractuals, something that we are trying this year is we signed a contract with the Adams County DNA Lab. So generally speaking, we send items to the Colorado Bureau of Investigation. And I know it hasn't been in the news, but there was one of their lab technicians down there that did some undesirable things. And it's caused them to relook at cases for the last 30 years of what that individual touched. So that individual was charged for those incidents. But what it has caused us on a service end of it is now when we send some of the things down to CDI, it's taken almost 500 days to get some of these tests back. So we have partnered with Adams County. We signed a 1-year contract with them to use their DNA lab. And what we are being told out of the chutes is that we would get that turnaround time of 30 to 60. We had a vehicular homicide 2 years ago, and where we had DNA evidence, we knew who the suspect was, but we needed to match it to show for court that it took them 11 months to get that turnaround. And that's hard. That's hard for everybody involved in that incident. So we're going to try it this year and see what that. We don't necessarily want to pay for services that are already offered, but at the same time, waiting 500 days is not what we owe our community. This slide covers our specialized services divisions priorities for this year. Increase in technology, but also making sure that it's user friendly. We were using a product called Brazos, which is a handheld ticket writing. So it's actually on your cell phone. All the data is there. You would scan a driver's license. You would scan the registration. You would complete your summons. And officers are making some of these traffic stops. And if they're writing a ticket, they have it down to about 4 minutes, which makes us more efficient and effective. People don't always like hearing that when we're talking about speeding tickets. But it's one of those things that we really struggled there. We knew other agencies in the area were using this. But what the other agencies hadn't done is they hadn't integrated the contact part of this. So in every proactive contact that we make, we have to give demographic information back to make sure that we're not racially profiling and doing some of those. So we have to provide all that information back. Well, what some of the other agencies were doing is they were having their officers, hey, you go write the ticket, but now you go to a different system or handwrite it and track all of this other data. Well, if we're using technology to its fullest, why are we working for the technology? Why are we having the technology work for us? So it took us about a year with the 2 different companies, but we told them we're not paying you. This is what we need. And to me, it should be an industry standard. Clearly, it was not. But that's kind of I'll say the marching orders for the specialized services division here, making sure that the technology works for us. Dispatch is looking at they are rewriting their policies and procedures as well. And dispatch is also looking for that CLIA accreditation standard as well for the dispatch center. Continuing to issue laptops. So by the end of the second quarter, we will have laptops for all sworn personnel and some of our professional staff. It's basically become an industry standard. It also helps with accountability when things are damaged or products or your computers aren't uploaded and have all the necessary software on there to be an issue as the owner of that. But it's something that is here's your, on day one, here's your uniforms, here's your boots, here's your computer. Continue to increase engagement with this division as well. One of the things that some of the detectives are doing is on their lunch hour, they're working with the SROs to go play basketball with some of the kids. So during their lunch. And then last, and certainly not least, our property evidence audit, making sure that we have 100% compliance in our audit again this year. This is obviously critical for court. It shows accountability and transparency to the community, but it's also one of those things we absolutely cannot lose any piece of evidence ever, or our full operations come into practice, come into question. So, Council, this concludes my presentation. I thank you for the opportunity to share more about our police department. We're now open up to questions.
Councilor Hutt?
Yeah, I just want to thank you. I don't have a question. I just want to say one of the things that I really appreciated that you mentioned is focusing on employee wellness. And I really like that your mental health checks are mandatory because that reduces the stigma. You know, if we have an officer who's having an issue, if this is voluntary, they may not want to use those services because it may appear a certain way to colleagues or, you know, their superiors, or and by making it mandatory, it just takes away that stigma and that fear. And so I just wanted to point out a couple things that I appreciate. I also appreciate that you are taking advantage of the technological advancements and making sure that you're merging things that can be merged and making the process better that way. So I just wanted to bring up those things because I thought those things were really great.
Councilor Zadi?
Thank you, Chief. First of all, obviously, as I've said tonight already, the best police department in the state. Now, before I go into my questions, can you, for folks listening, you know, we got a lot of contacts related to whether it's speeding, you know, the things I listed, right? Street racing or burglaries or retail theft. Can you just give people some stats related to, like, for example, with speeding, how many more tickets we are writing? Because we're writing a whole lot more than we used to, making more stops now, just to give people some comfort that we're doing a lot in what we can, you know, in our current capacity.
Councilor, I don't have the numbers in front of me. I can absolutely provide those. But what I would say, if you look over the course of the last 4 years, due to the point you made earlier, when we were 15 to 18% down, when we were in 2022, when we had over 30 officer vacancies, we weren't able to go out there and be proactive and to work school zones and to work some of these other areas where we had speeding. We were doing everything we could to answer the calls for service when people were calling in and whether there was an accident, assault, whatever that was. So comparatively speaking, back then we were very limited on our proactive and doing some of those things to reduce crime and reduce. We have come a long way. I mean, I don't want to say we've had a 400% increase in that sense, but we have had significant increases in the hours spent. So we document, somebody calls in and says, hey, there's speeding problems on my street. We open each of those up as a case, if you will. We log the hours that we're spending in the neighborhood. Each officer is responsible for that, and so if I'm in that area working it, I need to relay that information to the officer. Hey, I spent 2 hours down here, pulled over 6 cars, I educated 4 of them, but the other 2 I had to write summonses to. You know, those types of things. We track all that. So we can be responsive both to the complainant, but also to the greater public in general. Here's the things that we're doing. Not only is it, a lot of people, when they think of tickets, they think of this is, it's about the money. It's about behavior. It's about making those contacts, whether we're writing a ticket to that individual or not. So our numbers that we send out and post every week on our social media accounts, but also send out through the staff news, are those are speeding tickets only. It's not the other summonses that we're writing. But I would also want to emphasize to the public that's the ticket. That doesn't include all of the ones that we made stops on, talk to them about their behavior, and then send them on their way with our ticket. But our numbers are absolutely up. I can get you better numbers, but I don't have that off the top of my head.
Yeah, I just think it's important that folks understand that things are happening. And just because there are opportunities to get better at it, it's not a criticism of the police department. It's a criticism of the environment that's changing and the regional impact, right? Because we're one city. I think a counselor made this point earlier. I forget who it was, that we need to be more regional. And so these task forces, right? That's a great example of how we can actually solve real crime. These 5 pieces, right? We're actually engaged in 2 different task forces. And we're doing a lot with what we have. Now, with that said, then you add on top of that the workload. So I also have been saying this for a while now. In Westminster, we have the highest top 3 caseload, a call load, or number of calls in the region. In the Denver metro area, I've heard that a few times. I don't know if you can confirm or not, but to my understanding, it's very, very high relative to all our peers in the state.
It's a high call load. One of the things that we as a police industry struggle with is standardization. As weird as that sounds, the fire department, as much as it pains me to say, the fire department excels at standardization across from fire department to fire department, but also across state to state and city to city, region to region. When they talk about a house fire or they talk about a kitchen fire, that's an industry standard for everything. But as it relates to calls for service, one of the things we've tried, we have our data analysts working on it and making sure that we are doing everything. We compare apples to apples. When we compare our call load to Thornton, when we compare our call load to Alvada, Broomfield, and the other agencies. But what we're finding is what they classify as a call for service. Now, again, if it's a car accident, that's a car accident. We all classify that kind of as the same thing. But how that is categorized, if some agencies, if they send 2 units, that's how they're tracking those calls for service, as opposed to it's just one act. And then as it relates to that, the way that they classify some of their calls changes as it relates to calls for service. So as best as we can do an apples to apples comparison, yes, we are on the top end, but I can't say that we're the top. I don't know that fact.
And that just leads me to my main point here, which is we have the staff, right? The retention is still doing well. Things are going great there. We have the personnel. We have a high call volume. And we're doing all this extra to try to reduce these important crimes, right? So my main question for you, and I'll make it one big question, because my concerns are speeding, street racing, these crime rings, burglaries, and retail theft. What do you need from us, if anything? Is it resources? Because I've mentioned I would love to see more police personnel in business centers. I would love to see, and that doesn't mean adding. That could mean shifting. So I don't know what the possibilities are. But my question is, what can we do to really address these crimes? Because these are really important. And then I don't know if it's something we can do, if it's out of our control. But can you just lay out?
I hope as your police chief, it's not out of control. I hope that we have some controls as it relates to finding ways to address these issues. One of the things I would say one of the first steps that we are taking And I mentioned it earlier with the data analyst who's looking at our shift deployments, understanding, excuse me, understanding the shift hours, the number of officers that are in the shifts, and making sure that we are doing right by the officer and the community to make sure that we are deploying resources the most efficient and effectively. I think that's step one. I think step two is evaluating that. I haven't obviously been in a position in the last 4 years to ask anybody for additional staff. When I have 10, 20, 30 vacancies, I can't say, hey, we need more people. We know we need more people as it relates to that. But one of the things that I'll just give you an example here. We track two things. I get reports every week from our hiring, our training and standards folks, and I get two numbers. And the one obviously that I advertise because it's easy to explain is we have 4 vacancies, which is fantastic compared to where we have been. But functionally, on a day-to-day operation, today I have 23 vacancies. And what I mean by that is I have 4 vacancies. I have 3 officers that are injury or light duty capacity. I have 5 officers that are in field training, meaning that they are riding around with another officer. They're not a single officer unit yet. I have 6 officers on various leave types, meaning like family medical leave, like a few of the officers. It's a good thing they had kids, so they're on leave. And then I have 5 in the police. So when you add all those up, I can advertise that we have 4 vacancies, which is fantastic. But day-to-day operations, I'm short 25. So one of the things that we're looking at is there a way to reduce some of those leave types and vacancies, functional vacancies as it relates to that. One of the things, it's obviously financial commitment. I haven't completely vetted with my boss yet, but where one of the things may be, do we hire or authorize additional staff so that number of functional staff is closer to what we are currently authorized to take.
And is there technology that exists that's out there in terms of best practices from our neighbors or whatever, or country that you're seeing that could actually help to enable? So if it sounds like half of those 23 are really training or academy, right? And that's technically out of our control because that's just the cycle, right? So is there a way to append the department with tech that may not lead to more people, but can help you guys out with more tools?
I think so. Short answer is yes. One of the things that we've seen with like license plate reader is having those stationed around the city. Some cities have a much larger infrastructure as it relates to those license plate reader and video cameras, to where they have. I'm not going to say they have money in every intersection, but when you look at some of the cities around us where they have 40, 50, 60 of these cameras, that's the good thing with that is it makes the investigation and some of those real-time things. When you put somebody's license plate into that camera system and then you drive by, that camera alerts dispatch those officers almost immediately, hey, the vehicle that you're looking for just drove down 92nd Sheriff. So it helps a lot with those things. Some of the technology, though, you need, and some of it is assisted by artificial intelligence, but some of that you also need the human side to input that license plate to look to verify, yes, that is the vehicle, that is the license plate. So some of those things, some of the technology pieces are absolutely there, but there's also, to a lesser extent, a human component on the back end that we would need to hire there. I think in the next few years, one of the things a couple agencies are looking at now, you'll hear it as a drone as a first responder. So the drones are geographically placed through the city. And I'll just use our fire stations as an example. You would place a drone at the fire station, has its own little garage on top of the fire station. And then on certain call types, dispatch would hit the button and that drone would self-dispatch. And it would go there. And then you would have, before the officers ever get there, you would have a live video feed of what they're driving in. You could also use it for fire, those types of things. That financial cost is great in today's world. But do I see that as something that we as a city, we as a police organization have to look at? 100%, because I think there's opportunities there to alleviate some staff. If it's a false call or it's not what was originally dispatched, where you're not sending 4, 5, 6 officers and now you're only sending 2 to check the area, 100%. But there also comes a point in time where when you have a critical incident happen, you have a assault, a domestic shooting, you have some of those calls. You can't replace staff. You have to have blue suits, men and women that are working the street, have to have them go and handle the call. So yes, absolutely, technology is there. Some of that technology, I think part of that is us figuring out what works for Westminster, how we partner with other agencies. Is there regional opportunities? Some of that, there are regional opportunities, and some of those, as we have all seen, when we partner with regions, there are difficulties with those.
Yeah.
So it's vetting all those out to making sure that we're doing right by our budgets and our taxpayers here in Westminster.
Yeah, and it sounds like it could actually help with scene safety too, right? If it helps keep everyone safe, but also, I agree with you. I think we need to add more humans because you still need to operate those things and make arrests and do deals. So that's great. And my final question is related to fireworks. We heard last week. Can you just talk through that? Because I promise I'll ask this question. What is going on with fireworks in the city outside of July 4th? And
fireworks is so we occasionally through the year have fireworks. Like New Year's Eve, we will have people lighting off fireworks just randomly. We'll have people lighting off fireworks, and we will respond to those calls like we do any other call. As it relates to now it can lead to other issues. Obviously, a firework could light a tree on fire, which lights a house on fire. So we absolutely respond to those. But if it's just fireworks, that becomes a lower priority call based off of our call load and that stuff. So we absolutely respond to those. Fireworks are, as our officers know, is a very divisive topic, believe it or not. Officers, I can't tell you how many hundreds of calls that we will go to in early July as it relates to fireworks. And if we are there to make enforcement, we are un-American. There's 100 names in the book because we are there, we are rooting their independence. And some of these folks have gone to fireworks stands both in the state and out of state, hundreds if not thousands of dollars of doing that. And obviously you have folks on the other end, and some have a greater it's a greater impact to them because they have PTSD from a war. They have some other folks. These are impacts. They're greater felt as it relates to that. Pets. I have pets. They can't stand fire. Those types. So it's wildly divisive. Nothing that when I got into this business I ever thought was going to be a big deal. What we see with our fireworks ordinance is the way our fireworks ordinance is written is that if we respond and we see the act in progress, we can write that summons and then collect those fireworks as evidence and seize that. If we have somebody that is willing to testify to it, so somebody calls in on 911 says, "Hey, this is who Norm was down the street. He was lighting fireworks. Are you willing to go to court? Are you willing to make a written statement on this?" And if the answer is yes, then we can take enforcement action. Obviously, it's still up to the officer that's responding in that discretion. But they have that ability and that opportunity.
And the lady from last week was saying that it's happening not just in July, but throughout the year. Is that true, that we have a lot of calls?
I wouldn't say we have a lot of calls, but do we have calls? Absolutely. We have fireworks calls 12. A astronomically high percentage of the calls for service we have for fireworks are at the end of June. I would say June 20th to July just to give you a kind of a 30-day period. Do we have it through the year? Yes. You know, we have kids that will go out after school. They will go out and kids being kids or adults being adults, and they will. Yes, we have those from time to time, but it's not a without rambling here. We have the calls for service, but the greatest number is around.
And you made the 2 points about our veterans and pets, but also it's a fire risk. That's the big, to me, and we, as we know, the fire crisis is happening right now. So thank you for that. And I know it's hard to catch from what you're saying, right? So I guess the best we can do is just encourage people to report what they see.
Please report it, and really, please report it. We will come out there. We will investigate it. We will do our best to find the individual. If it's something where it's that upsetting, I would encourage people to be willing to sign a complaint and to come to court so that person can be held accountable.
Thank you.
On that topic, before I wasn't going to discuss this tonight, I do think this could use a different evening, but I would be in favor of looking at that ordinance. I don't know if others would be, but I would be in favor of taking a good look at our firework ordinance and maybe tightening it up a little bit. Thank you for the presentation. I want to focus on the fact that you're focusing on community engagement this year. I know that we had you discussed this recently, but I'm just really grateful that that is a focus. I think that that is good news both for the community and for officers. And I've said it before, and I'll say it again, I think that increases the morale on both sides, you know, when our community sees that face-to-face interaction, and then the officers, you know, have that good community standing. It's got to be, you know, nice for them as well. And then I love that we're pursuing accreditation. That's fantastic. So thank you for taking that on, because I realize it's a big chore. Taking any 5-year project is not fun. So thank you for pursuing that. I also want to talk about the speeding issue, because that seems to be the top of mind for many folks, including I have a personal vested interest in that as I live right on Sheridan. But you mentioned the speed trailer. Could you expand on that and provide more details? What is it? Because it sounds like a trailer can be moved around from street to street. And then what is it that we're planning on doing with it? So where is it located right now, and how are we using it?
So it is still currently, sadly, located at the manufacturer. We are in the process of purchasing it. We hope to have it here by April. And so what that trailer is we would have our accident investigators or our traffic officers. Obviously, we have speeding complaints throughout the city. And what we would do is we would identify an area that we think, as we learn more about this tool, to kind of trial and error to see how it works and what areas are best. But the idea is we would take it to a neighborhood, we would unhitch it from the vehicle, and then we would leave it there for the day. And then it would track, depending on the speed trailer you have, would track the number of cars, the speeds that each of those cars are going, and then it would give us it's an instant public education piece of it. It lets the neighborhood know, hey, we hear you, we are out here, we are doing this. For those motorists, it would be, again, education. Hey, we see you. Here's the speed limit, and here's how fast you're going. And then from there, it would also give us the data to understand, is this a racetrack that's out here, or is this minimizing it? Is lower speeds over the speed? You know, is somebody going 28 and 25, and that's the speed they're going, or somebody going 48 and 20, and that we need to do a little bit more, do a little bit different type of education, and have traffic officers and motor officers respond out there and work that area more often and to do more education.
Right. Okay. So that's good, because to your point, it gives you an idea of where to focus our patrol. It sounds like it's data collection and not recording or camera or really enforcement. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm wondering what our options are as a city around either speed cameras or automatic machines, devices, tools. I don't know what the technology is, but I'd love to know what some of those options are, because I realize that they're probably costly, but I'd love to also get an idea of how costly.
So we are researching for council, for our department, we are researching speed cameras as well as red light cameras. We are hoping to have all of our data collected here by the end of the month. And I hope to have a report to council sometime in April, maybe early May, before we hit the budget season, to give council options of here is what is out there. And depending on the budget, it may be more of an education piece for all of us at that point in time. But looking to probably see council's direction on some of those things, but also understanding the financial impact, if there is one for the city, and depending on the system and what we do or don't do with it, there can also be FTE. So trying to have all that into one package from different companies and bring that to council.
Excellent. High fives all around. Okay, that's exciting. And then this is just ignorance on my part. The SOTAR, I just wonder, why is that not a state? I mean, obviously you're not the state, you don't know, but like, why? I'm surprised that that's something that the city has to pay for. You would think that that's something that would come from the state, or that we would.
If I remember correctly, SOTAR actually comes out.
What?
Yes. So Douglas County mastered the tracking abilities in that software several years ago, and they kind of spearheaded and went there.
Interesting.
So, and to your point, I think a lot of things come from the state or have that nexus, and some of them. So.
That's good to know. And it should just, especially in conversations with our legislators, right? It's good to have that information. And then something I don't know that you would have, but I'd like to have an idea of, in our investigative department with our detectives, I'd just like to have an idea. Do you know what our percentage is, maybe annually or whatever metric you want to go off of for closed cases? How successful are we? Because I have heard in many departments that that's often a very low number.
I would have to clarify the terms that our investigations unit uses as it relates to closed cases. If somebody says a case is closed, one of my first questions I'm going to have is, okay, how was it closed? Was it closed by arrest? Was it closed because it was unfounded? Was it closed because we inactivated it because we don't have leads? So I think there's other terms there to explore and open, but I should be able to provide council with the number of cases that are opened by investigations or reviewed by investigations, and those that are actually solved. And solved would mean either that we have made an arrest, that arrest warrant has been issued, that the DA maybe declined charges, but we know through physical evidence this person was there, but the DA didn't take the case because their burden of proof is much higher than our probable cause. So yes, I mean, generally speaking, what I would say is clearance rates, as we refer to those in cases that are solved. When you look at 100 cases, we're not in the 80 or 90%. Now, persons crimes, the solvability factor usually goes much higher, and those are much higher percentages. But as it relates to like property crimes, those are much.
It would be nice to have that information if we could, and then as we go through, the years, at least of my tenure, how do we help provide resources to improve those numbers, if at all possible? I know that those are difficult no matter what, but to your point, we're using a different. Maybe it helps going through Adams County, right, to close cases faster. Who knows? It would be nice to look at that. I think that's everything. I just want to address again the collaboration with the Metro and Adams County task forces. I'm glad we're on them. If there's other opportunities, let's take a look and see if they're helping us. And then again, is to your point, if they're difficult, maybe we relook at that too. But I think it's important to keep expanding and thinking creatively about how we approach, our regional forces. So and it might even be saving us money, right? So.
Yeah, I mean, as council knows, as the community knows, people don't get to Westminster, the border, and go, acting.
Right.
And they continue on and do whatever they're going to do. So there are absolute benefits to having regional task force and doing those things. One of the things that I've asked deputy chiefs with is that as we assign an officer there for a rotation in 4 or 5 years for most of the task forces that we. And one of the expectations with any of our positions within the police department is to evaluate that. What is our return on investment, both while we're there and as we're nearing the end? Is this something that is beneficial to us and the community? Do we continue with that partnership and have them, or do we look at? I mean, there's probably any given day there's probably 20, 25 different regional task force across the metro area. Obviously, we don't have the resources to join all those, and I'm not sure all of those would benefit. So evaluating each of those as those opportunities present themselves, and then making sure that we're getting that return on investment from both financially, but also the cases that are solved. One of the task forces that we belong to is the Rocky Mountain Safe Street. It's a task force run by the FBI. We have an officer there. They do robberies and violent crime. So the huge return on investment for us is if we have a bank robbery, we call them, they show up with 10, 15 detectives for 30 minutes, more than I can pour at it. And they have the resources of other agencies, state agencies, and the federal agencies. And it's unbelievable the links that they have to crimes in the metro area, the greater metropolitan area from Fort Collins to Pueblo, as well as out of state. And they go, yeah, that's Norm. He was down in Pueblo last week and he was in Las Cruces the week before. We know who he is.
Right.
Where if we hadn't belonged to that task force. So that is one of the task forces that I will always point to, at least now. And again, we evaluate. But looking at our return on investment is unbelievable.
Right.
And then when we have a critical incident, have a missing kid where this is, we are going into they come out, 30 detectives on scene like that. It's unbelievable the force multiplier that they have. So, but again, we have to make sure that we are, what are we getting out of it as a city, and are we solving our own cases by having somebody there? Because there are some that then don't seem to spend time in this, and then that's our first question is, so we will continue to look at those and focus our efforts towards those that we have a great.
Thank you. Thank you for looking at the things the way you are. I think you're doing all the right things for the right reasons. Appreciate it.
Well, thank you. So besides the code or ordinance we talked about tonight, are there any others that you think we need to change, make your job easier? Is there something else that we're not looking at?
I would say as it relates to the municipal code, off the cuff, no. We are still using the vehicle abatement process and making sure that we have those kinks worked out, knowing that we are getting into a time for more street racing, and to make sure that we can continue to use that as an effective tool. And a big piece there will be us advertising that and what we are doing so that people see that and go, we don't want to race in Westminster, we don't want to be doing this. Outside of that, I can't, to me, that there's probably some state things that need to be changed as it relates to some of the bigger picture stuff, as it relates to our municipal ordinances. I will confirm with the deputy chiefs and officers, but off the top of my head, I can't say that there's any pressing that I would say that we need to change or to update as it relates to.
All right, thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. I would highly recommend that council members who haven't went through our academy would do so, because you'd learn a ton. I've been through it a few times, and I learned something new every time. Still disappointed they didn't let us drive cars when I went through it. I have one question. Years ago, kind of a thing of mine that I was passionate about was the rifle program. Where are we with that? And is that, at this point, are we at a, change out the rifles, or how did that program go from what we did before to now?
So knock on wood, I hope we don't have to change out any rifles anytime soon with those expenditures. But we purchased, I believe, the last group of rifles last year. So every sworn line level officer should have their own department issued rifle. Yes. And so they have their equipment lockers all have locking capabilities. So they're not taking them to different areas. They're not having to store them in their personal vehicles. They're not storing them in these vehicles overnight. They are brought in and put in their equipment locker within the police department and then locked. And so officers have that. I mean, the hope of that is obviously personal accountability when you're issued that piece of equipment. If something breaks, tell us what happened. You know, that type of thing. But the idea of that is that we will have those for years.
And just so public knows what I'm talking about, because I sometimes forget I know what I'm talking about. If I recall right, part of the thing was that a lot of the officers were having the high-powered rifles that belonged to themselves. They didn't necessarily go along with training unless they went out and got it, which I'm assuming most of them did. But when we went with this program, we supplied the training and the firearm. And so those are used importantly if, well, a lot of times the active shooter, worse being worse, is something that we want them to have so that they're not outgunned, was one of the biggest things with it. So just so folks understand what I'm even talking about. But I'm glad to hear that that is where we're at from where we were before. I know it was as you said, it's a big expenditure, but I think the safety of our citizens and our schools and our public spaces is well worth the spend in my mind. I always believe so. The only thing I'd say is, to Councilor Ireland's point, if you think of other things, obviously, when we asked that, I think it was right when the mayor came back, we said, what things do you guys need to do? And we had heard some things throughout our campaigning. And so I think that's where a lot of the street racing ordinances and auto theft and some of the ones that Councilor Sadi mentioned. So I appreciate that you're forward thinking, and even the ones tonight. And so hopefully if you bring it forward, you'll get 4 votes, but I appreciate you continuing to be on top of things and telling us what you need. So,
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, thank you. Well, a lot of my questions were already asked. I just wanted to throw in regarding the stoplight cameras. Definitely interested to hear how that, what that analysis turns up in terms of budget. And I'd be curious to know, with respect to the speed trailers, is one enough or do we need more, that kind of thing. And I also want to underline my interest in addressing noise, and inclusive of the fireworks, but potentially of additional things as needed. And then in the regional coordination. So I'm just kind of agreeing with a lot of what I've heard already. Only real question I have, in addition to just understanding what our budget needs might be for this next year, is what are Chief Albert, you had mentioned earlier that there's some grant funds that may impact some of the services or programs that we have. With the state pulling back with the budget deficit and the federal government, just sort of, are we going to need to do some backfilling?
So some of the grants are enforcement and educational opportunities or equipment opportunities. So some of those, I would say, if there's a dire need, we can get that figured out through the budget process. Like the Click It or Ticket campaign. That's a grant we get for the state. It's usually in the springtime when kids are getting out of school and those types of things. But it's to encourage people to wear their seatbelt for safety. So if that grant went away, we would still be doing maybe not as well advertised, but we would still be doing traffic enforcement and traffic safety. And that's not going to go away. Where the big ones for us would be the 2 grants that we already have people in those positions, the co-responder program and our victim advocate. Obviously, you all have seen and heard the how wildly successful our co-responder program is, and have no intentions of ever getting rid of that. And so if that money is not, say, the right word, but backfilled into our budget, that would be something that we're going to have to absorb, or that I would request that we absorb as it relates to that. And then the other one would be some of our paid victim advocates. You know, there are state mandates as it relates to certain timelines that we have when we have to respond to victims' rights crimes. We have certain obligations as it relates to reporting and those types of things. The victim advocates take care of all that and really provide a wonderful service to those that were victimized in the community. And my recommendation there would, because of some of the state mandated reporting and requirements and timelines on those, would be to seek council's assistance to make sure that those pieces are funded as well. So again, if the grant's not there, I would ask for that in a budget piece. But if they still continue to be there, then we can continue as we currently. Does that kind of answer your question, Mayor Pro Tem? Sorry.
Yeah, it really does. Thank you.
And then as it relates to the speed trailer, my guess is one's not enough, but we didn't want to buy 2 or 3 and not really know what we were getting into. So we're going to buy one, see how well that works out for us, both on the public education side, but also internally, and making sure that we're doing the right thing there. And my guess is there's going to be an opportunity to buy more, and making sure that we are deploying those throughout the city, and again, for that public, not only the education, but the engagement, making sure people know that we hear you.
Thank you.
How many canines do we have?
5 canines. Canine supervisor, that is also a handler, and then we have 4 officers that have. Each one of them is a team. They take their dogs home with them. I mean, that becomes their partner. But we have 4 officer canine teams and then 1 supervisor.
How's our officer who lost Rudy?
So he's doing okay. We've got another dog. That dog, replacement dog. We had same handler, different vendor, different health issue. We had to put that dog down. The dog had been here for about, so that handler had a heck of, as well as his family. So my heart breaks with him. So, but it's one of those things where he will get through it. Talked to him a few times. He is in. He wants another dog, that type of thing. But we had to kind of pump the brakes on that. Again, no fault of just the way it happened. So when we got the dog was different. The bloodlines came back to where those dogs originated. There's no that are completely different. It was and the dog, fortunately, on the business end of it, the dog's under warranty. So we will get that dog replaced. No cost to the city, that type of, other than making another trip out to the vendor. That officer he's getting through it.
I had no idea. Sorry.
That's the way I wanted to end that.
I just wondered how he was. But I loved seeing your drones going to Westy and having, I couldn't tell if it was basketball they were trying to do
They were
in a cage.
We got schooled.
I saw that. I wasn't going to say it.
We were at Mandalay, I believe, and it was their drone soccer program.
Oh, soccer.
Yes, and we got. We obviously have different skill sets for different reasons. We didn't fare well. Yes.
I just thought it was.
So I asked them next year we could have a better show.
Well, thanks, and thanks for a thorough presentation, and all that you all are doing. You're the best. Thanks.
Appreciate it. Thank you for the opportunity.
Next up, finance.
Yes, ma'am.
15 minutes in police is much different than 15 minutes.
Where's this video of the game?
It was on.
Could accidentally deleted.
It mysteriously disappeared.
I'm not sure what happened.
It's on Facebook. It was good.
On our Facebook is a video of them showing up in the school and kind of partner with the kids. And it doesn't show the whole game, but it shows the interaction with the kids and them kind of setting things like they're doing. So yeah, it was took some time to do that with the kids, but they really enjoyed it. I know the officers, even though they got beat, really enjoyed it. Yes.
Well, hello, Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem. And
We're glad you're healthy.
Great to be with you. Thank you for the rain check. I was to be here a week ago, but my health, you did not want me here at this table. I was, not in the right condition to do that. So I'm sorry this extends your night tonight, but again, just want to talk about the Finance Department budget. We'll do that. Finance Department is the smallest department of the city. The City Attorney's Office, being an office, is a little bit smaller, but our Department of Finance is the smallest. I hope you'll find that it really is an essential service, a core service, nothing that we're doing is sort of optional or flashy to do as it was. And I think that'll come through in the presentation. So last month, Mr. Andrews gave me my 5-year lapel pin, and I'm wearing that with lots of pride here, and great to be with you. I raised that and mentioned it also to let you know that prior to my service at Westminster, I was the Finance Department Director for 16 years at the city of Lakewood, Colorado. So I'm very familiar with this business. And in addition to serving as the Chief Financial Officer and doing the Finance Director work, which is changing very soon, I'm also responsible for the Director of Human Resources, the Director of Information Technology, and with Mr. Andrews taking over as City Manager, I'm now leading the Department of Community Services and Director Lindsay Kimball. So we're in a little bit of transition in that regard. So you're seeing me here. And so without further ado, I'll just kind of dive in. We have an award-winning finance department comprised of 3 divisions. You're actually going to see me report on 4 divisions, or I beg your pardon, even 5, the administrative division and the treasury division, but we're transitioning those, and I'll explain that as we get in to it. The 3 divisions are responsible for the financial activities of the city, except for the budgeting process. And you know Mr. Lindsay and his team very, very well. Certainly, it's a very close collaboration between his office and the finance department in terms of tracking all of our actual expenses and revenues and sharing insights on sales tax trends.
Right there, both our teams.
And on and on. And you see the award for excellence in financial reporting and distinguished budget presentation. So it's a very close collaboration. You see our staffs as well from both of the areas. Our finance department, of course, supports and is aligned with 3 elements of the city's strategic plan, and you see those presented there. So without further, I'll get into some of the numbers and a little bit more information. First, if you take a look to the left, you'll see the very core 29.5 FTEs, and I'll go into this in a minute. But our sales tax division, I'll give more information, 8 FTE. Treasury, 2 senior financial analysts. I'll talk a little bit about what they do and the money spent. Accounting, which is really the core function of what we do, and will include the new chief financial officer, which is that FTE is budgeted there, and 3 in our procurement division. And I'll tell you, if you now look at the bottom line right, you see the gray there, and you see my word, Larry, 37.5, 38.5, 29.5, 29.5. I'll explain that. I'll first just say the core functions on the left have been stable throughout that entire 4-year period. In fact, in 2021, the number was 38.5. We had a finance director at that time when she retired. Mr. Andrews as interim manager, and with support from our leadership team, reduced that job. I stepped into it to be deputy CFO and finance director for the last 3 years. However, we did add 1 position to the city roles for 2023, and that was at a time when the utility billing function resided in the finance department. It now resides in public works and utilities. So we've got people who fix the meters, read the meters, and charge the money for the meters and all the water. They're all together in one spot in public works and utilities. But at the time we launched Westy Water in 2022-23, we also made 3 changes to city water rates in 12 months. And we realized it was time to add an FTE to do those kind of 2 functions, particularly Westy Water, and also to give us some continuity of staff and make sure that the technology function of the utility continued to work well. Those are the 2 position changes in the finance department during those really 5 years. But of course, to make things even more interesting, we moved some positions from one division to the next, which you'll see. The final thing I want to just talk about is the far right-hand column of the finance department. You see the personnel, and we'll talk more about that, but you also see $811,000 for contractual services. And I just want to say that about $700,000 is made up from just a handful of things. First, our sales and use tax system is software as a service. That's about $500,000 a year. And we also use software tools for our debt continuing disclosure and the production of our annual comprehensive financial report. It's hard to say fast, especially a little late. And that makes up about $700,000 of the $811,020 that you see. So essentially about 96%, if you take those out, about 96% of the finance department is it's just people and our computers. So I'll go into a little more detail about administration. Now, if we had the FTE present for the administrative division, you would have seen in 2022 4 FTEs, and it's down to 0. So we didn't present it here in the template. We at one time had the director, an analyst, and some folks in our retirement section in admin. So now that doesn't house any people. It will as we get into our 26 budget. But we have some small tools and supplies, dues and subscriptions that are department-wide and postage, but a very small amount of funding in the administration division, though. I think for 2026 that will change as we hire our next CFO, which, by the way, is going really well. We have over 60 applications, 14 semifinalists, and this city council will be confirming the next finance director, CFO, hopefully in April is kind of the time. So look forward to that in the future. And recall that we had a retirement of an individual in our Treasury division, and then also Mr. Andrews' former deputy position. Neither of those are being filled, and rather we're adding CFO so we can continue on with the path that we started. So let me introduce Sherry Sanchez, division manager of the accounting division, 30 years of service. The division administers centralized payment processing, recording, and reporting of all the city's financial transactions throughout our financial management system and payroll system, which is J.D. Edwards, which we launched in 2001. Accounts payable, accounts receivable, capital assets, subsidiary systems, and we also manage all of the functions related to the city's audit. I mentioned that and granting. So you'll see in 2022, 23, we brought those positions from administrative division, kept those pretty stable, and then for 2025, we've added the CFO finance director. We budgeted in this division temporarily, and we did move one position from procurement into, which was a grant focused function, from procurement back into, or not back into, but into account for all of the efficiency and effectiveness that can be had with that. More on the accounting division. Again, I mentioned that the city's financial statement audit is about $140,000 a year. In addition to our 2 software pieces, that's what I looked at earlier, is that $182,050. Obviously, you see our personnel, and that, again, are small amounts indifferent there are related to dues, subscriptions, memberships, and so forth, and all the things that go to just running the ordinary division. We have office supplies, and all manner of things related to that. So a pretty personnel-focused division. Priorities for 2025, implementation of one new governmental accounting standards board pronouncement, a statement, and prepare for the 2026 implementation of one other. And we've implemented 8 governmental accounting standards boards announcements over the last 5 years. That's fairly typical and involve a project each time. For example, the standards board has changed the way that we present accounting for capitalized leases and subscription-based information technology arrangement. Upcoming are changes to the way we account for compensated absences, and all of those are required in order for us to receive a clean opinion on the city's financial statement audit, which is available at Westminster Co./financial report, or you can have a paper version if you would like to have that. One also just mentioned related to that, that we do perform a lot of accounting work and a lot of financial management work for various general improvement districts and the Westminster Economic Development Authority. And about $200,000 in staff time is reimbursed from those various agencies to the city to offset the accounting division's very important work. So that is at hand as well. We also perform accounting for the Metzger Farm joint park project that we discuss with Broomfield each year, and you get to see some of our good financial work with our neighbor. So I mentioned that under bullet 2, prepare and present special district budgets for board approval, which is you all, and certify various mill levies with the state of Colorado and our various counties. Issue independent financial auditing services request for proposal is big for us. Our auditor, Carmen Jeffries, you've met her and you've met Sherry at this table many times. But Forvis Mazars, the city's external auditor, which is required in our charter, is reaching the end of its 5-year agreement with our city. So we're going to go out for a bid, a request for proposals, and we'll bring that back to council in time. I have our city engineer present here at one of our community action team meetings related to the municipal court for the purpose of reminding to describe that, we often talk a lot about all of the work that goes into revenues and expenditures, but we also account for the fixed assets of the city, which is $1,115,000,000. So every light fixture, every bit of concrete that goes into the municipal court, the water treatment facility, we will be counting those beams and putting them in the annual comprehensive financial report. So that's a bit on our accounting division, and I'll just transition to our sales tax division. This is Mr. Mark Harrelson. He's been serving as acting division manager since November, and the retirement of Deanna Cervantes, who served our city for a little over 15 years. Mark has been with the city for a little over 5 years. He's been serving as the supervisor of auditing services. And Mark's doing really, really well in the role. The next CFO will choose the permanent or ongoing division manager, the formal division manager over sales tax. The division administers all of the provisions of the Westminster Code, the sales and use tax, admissions tax, accommodations taxes, and franchise fees. Mark and his team conduct about 100 sales and use tax audits per year, yielding about $3 million of assessment revenue. It's a very, very important process. It helps us administer the code fairly, but it's sort of like police speed patrolling. Just the fact that our auditors are out there, we get really good compliance because a lot of businesses, they don't want to worry about paying penalties, interest, assessments, all of those guys. So we also get a lot of taxpayer, resident, and business inquiries about, does the city tax certain things? How do I get a license? All of that. So we get involved with a lot of business outreach along with our economic development division in order to connect to businesses and help them get their taxes done right, get them done on time, and get them submitted. So a little bit of information on the spending in the division. And I've put this piece here of our armed forces location in Westminster because Mark is was a 7-year Air Force reservist. I want to thank you, Mark. I know you're listening. Thank you for your service to our country. And I just want to describe a few of the numbers in the budget there. You see the 500,000 was budgeted in capital outlay. I mentioned the change to the way we account for those IT systems under GASB, and we've now moved that up to contractual services capital outlay. And then you see really the rest of the division is just really focused on personnel. I do want to mention one thing related to that system, and we think that we can bring some additional functionality to our city clerk's office. We're working on that, but it's an excellent example of local government cooperation and collaboration as our city is participating in a consortium with Denver, Aurora, Lakewood, Boulder, and Grand Junction. Our city is on the same system with the same templates, the same windows, the same cloud computing as those other cities, and that really is helping keep costs down and efficiency high. So it's a great story of how our city's been able to do that, and that's especially important because not as many states, very few states, collect home rule local municipal sales tax at a rate chosen by the voters and at a tax base chosen. So important to have a system that can really meet all of those obligations. So with that, priorities for the division: meet the 2025 audit and enforcement budget. I told you what that is. It's a very active group. Of the 6 people focus on those tax audits all the time. Reduce sales and use tax delinquency below 5%. And since I know it will be a question, there is an opportunity for the city council to help in this matter, I think, significantly on bullet 2. And so I'm asking for your consideration of that. And that is, under our city code at the moment, we're required to send out U.S. mail notifications of delinquency. And we just know that a lot of people don't see that U.S. mail. And we'd like to present those on an opt-in basis by email. And also when people log in, it would show up. So it would be, again, we could still send U.S. mail for those that would prefer it. But we send about 1,500 notices a year, and we'd like the opportunity to email, since we have email addresses for about 90% of our 9,000 payers. So please consider that. Happy to answer your questions or provide data on that. And then our goal is to increase electronic filing to over 90%. We've actually met that goal in the first quarter of the year. We were at about 85% when the budget was drafted. So we're there. But we still notice that we receive from out-of-city businesses about 4,500 paper tax filings a year, and it might be an opportunity. We've done all kinds of notices and requests and tried to prod those good folks. By the way, our in-city businesses are well over 96% electronic. The out-of-city businesses are a little bit lower. So it might be an opportunity to save paper, banking fees, and some staff time if we were to go to electronic only for out-of-city business. I'll just let that hover there for a minute, as that could really yield some efficiency. Last but not least, or no, I think that is last but not least. I've got procurement. The Treasury Division, the city treasurer, which is yours truly, manages core treasury-related responsibilities and relationships, such as our city's investment debt ratings, covenants, disclosures, our purchasing card program, merchant card processing, armored car banking services, and analytical support of economic development agreements and special districts and other financial service contracts. You can see the change in FTE has come either by folks transferring over to our HR department. I mentioned the elimination of one position, back to 3 down to 2, and just sort of some realignment. This group is responsible for the continuing disclosure document that has to be presented. Our city's debt is regulated by the SEC. We need to meet certain covenants, conditions, and other requirements. So our 2 senior financial analysts are doing that for us. They're also responsible for the various debt ratings and debt issuances that come along from time to time. So they are the ratings people at our city that manage that very important work. And then we have a treasury of investments, various bond holdings, overnight, et cetera, that this team is managing. That's in excess of $100 million, especially now with our water treatment facility funds. They financed all manner of things from our treatment facility, municipal court, even to our golf irrigation and replacement program. That's a little bit about Treasury, and they'll consolidate under administration under our new CFO. So what's going on in 25? We're going to be doing a request for proposal for banking, and I want to let you know, you occasionally might get this question, is who is the city's bank? And it is KeyBank. So when you see the signature, we mail a check. It's on KeyBank. They have an office in Westminster. We're going to go through a request for proposals process. We have lockbox services, and that's where if you mail something to the city, a utility bill, a sales tax bill, what have you, it goes straight to a lockbox, meaning at the postal service, and then straight to our bank. That's a service for efficiency and effectiveness. Lastly, we're going to have a merchant card request for proposals process. Very, very important. In addition to the services I've already described, our city Treasury Division is responsible for the armored car services of our city. Our city handles about $4 million a year in cash. And I mean green bills and coins and all of those things. And that's a very intensive process. And we have armored car services to help with that. That's about $75,000 cash every week, if you think about it. It's a lot of cash to manage. We'll, of course, be onboarding our new CFO, and we'll continue to provide ongoing administrative support for the city's P-card program and increasing the rebate thereon, which you should know. Our city does about $12 to $13 million a year in business on our procurement card. We purchase vehicles, lumber, bullets, you name it. We buy that on procurement card, and we don't get frequent flyer mileage. We get cash back, which goes back into the taxpayer coffers. And last year, our rebate was $180,000, and we've doubled that in 12 months due to some real focus on cash management and process. So it's a great metric for this team. So very, very proud of that. So last, and certainly not least, is our procurement office headed up by Mr. Aaron Raz, our procurement manager. The office is responsible for the effective procurement of goods and services across the city within the city code and charter. The office ensures that standards, controls, policies, and procedures are fully executed to manage the acquisition and reporting of all of the city's spending, and that it is efficient and effective in every manner. We did start our procurement program in January of 2022, but it was housed in our general services department. And due to our realignments, that has come over to finance and is moving straight ahead. And I'd be remiss if I didn't mention we have a full-time employee, an assistant city attorney in the city attorney's office, very, very focused on procurement compliance, procurement contracting, procurement contract management. So it's really a team of 3+1. If I'm honest, I got to give a little credit there to city attorney's office. So, this also reminds me to mention that Mr. Aaron Raz, our procurement manager, is a United States Navy veteran. So Aaron, thank you for your service to our country. We really appreciate that, and for the good work here. Their goals for the year, we're really reaching full circle as a procurement team. We're now going to be able to assign a procurement team member to each department. We've implemented requisitions, purchase orders, and a number of other processes, and now we're ready to take it to the next level. Create citywide contracts, templates to maximize cost savings. That's in concert with our assistant city attorney partner. Apply for the 2025 Achievement of Excellence in Procurement Award from the National Procurement Institute. And implement the requisition process. We've done that this quarter. That's done, and we're moving forward. I just want to say that I'm very, very pleased with the work that this team is doing at a very important time for our city, because we're competing a drinking water facility. It's the largest capital project in history. We've got excellent support for that. We've had an excellent bidding process for our municipal court. And even things, just as an example that was on the slide previously, and I should have mentioned it then, is you saw the demolition of the U.S. Bank building in our downtown. We received 16 bids on that project, and we just weren't getting that number of bids for projects in years past prior to establishing our procurement office. So I'm very, very pleased about that. We even got 12 bids for our Barkentine Rodeo Market reconstruction services project. So the number of bids, the competitive nature of them is really coming through, and I'm very pleased to report that. I think we'll have some additional metrics on procurement going forward that'll be even more exciting. So with that, I had to be the director to present himself in a tutu at the end of the presentation, so I'm ready to answer any questions. And to just tell you, we work hard, we try to have fun in our finance department, and it is an incredible group of people. I'm very proud of their work. So with that, again, thank you for your consideration of digital for delinquent notices. That would give some flexibility we think will help our businesses, and then we will probably save some money and some time and effort along the way, just due to what I think is a good government move. Any questions?
Sunny?
Just one. So first of all, so your CFO, your treasurer, your finance director, and your deputy. That's a lot. You've been doing that for a while now. So thank you for your service and what you've done for us, and we're proud to have you. My question is related to the CFO hiring. What's the hierarchy going to be in the new world?
Yeah, thank you. Well, the 4 directors at that point will report to me. That's not unlike what Jody was doing as deputy city manager. I'm kind of stepping into that sort of phase of things. So the CFO will report to me, along with community services, HR, and IT. So our internal services department, and then our community services sort of juggernaut, right, that does the many things, economic development, zoning, etc. I'm now chairing the Development Review and Coordination Committee, taking over from Jody's leadership of that committee. So that's what that.
And who will report to the CFO?
Everyone that you've seen tonight.
Oh, okay.
Yes, sir.
Got it.
Yep. And our budget process will remain as it currently is, high functioning and award winning.
Thank you.
Councilor Cornelio? All right. Did I miss somebody? Sorry.
Yeah, no, I was just looking at the mayor.
Oh, no. Well, thank you for the presentation, and thank you for giving the context that you do and for recognizing the incredible employees that we have here. I really love that you added that. So big thank you there. I'm really excited, as many of the city staff already know, about our procurement processes and the fact that we have that department. It's one of my favorite topics. So I'm so glad we're doing it, and I'm so glad that we're headed in the direction that we are. And another favorite topic is efficiencies. So I am fully in support of going digital. You know, if we can get better outreach for lower cost, that's what we should be doing. So thank you for suggesting that and knowing what it is that we need to be doing. And then my question is, I'm wondering how much control we have or what interest we already have, if any, in choosing the markets that we invest in, such as, you know, the bonds that we buy and the banking that we do. Have we been looking at the markets that we invest in, such as sustainable industries or banking locally, or choosing banks that are investing in women-owned businesses and first home buyers, et cetera? Have we been careful about who we bank with and how we invest? Or what does that look like, and how much control do we have over that?
Thanks for the question. First, just for a little context on some of the things you're describing, our city, like a number of cities our size, utilizes the professional services of an external financial advisor. We're currently under contract, though, going through an RFP with Chandler Investments. They've been serving the city well for a number of years. This is all they do all day, is manage very large portfolios of investments, many that are a lot larger than Westminster. So they control that under our current contract, and they don't have these social, environmental, governance, dimensions to them. Our first priority is safety, second, liquidity, and third is yield. And so they manage under those auspices. The majority of the holdings are United States government, and AAA rated corporate securities, which that list is very, very small. All of them household names, Walmart, etc. So, and that's a very small holding. So our city is governed not only by our charter but by state law under what we're allowed to invest in. So someone has said that the juice isn't necessarily worth the squeeze in terms of understanding, what we might be investing in and either earning more money or taking some sort of social, governmental, or environmental stance on it. So that hasn't been a part of our investment.
Thank you for answering the question. And that is what I expected. But I would love to know more about that. I've heard that before, that the juice, to your metaphor, I've heard that for other for counties, actually.
I will say that our city defined contribution plan does make those kinds of investments available. And that, of course, is at the choice of the employee. That's good business management and good best practice to allow those employee individuals who seek investments of that character to pursue that. But for the city's treasury portfolio, we haven't seen that, the oversight analysis that's required offsets, any more safety or any more yield that the city might. So we're going for as efficient as possible.
Right, and the yield is the number one priority. I guess my only follow-up to that, because I don't want us to do our own homework here, because I know it's the low rate of return. My only follow-up would be, are there other cities that have done that in the past? And, can we look at that? Like, what have those ever been successful? Just at a very high level. That's, I think, the highest level I can ask for. I'd love to at least know that.
That's a good question. We'll take that back. Also, I didn't answer your question about banking local, and we do have that as some function of our request proposals for banking. And as I mentioned, KeyBank has I think a couple branches actually in Westminster. I think of it. So that is a part of our consideration as well. Of course, it's a national big company, but they have a local presence, and that.
Right. Thank you.
Mr. Dumont.
Thank you for the presentation. Your ask. I'm curious. So you said it would be opt-in for paper or opt-out? So opted to digital. I ask because I happen to have two businesses registered with the city, and they both yield very little tax revenue to the city just by the nature of what they do. One just hasn't been very successful yet. One is service-based, but I know, those of us who only file with certain municipalities annually, sometimes that can get missed. So I just want to make sure that folks understand, especially those that are only doing it annually, whatever we do, that, they know what they're getting into. So I guess if it is to opt into paper, my request would be to make sure that there's a couple pieces of paper that are sent, letting people know that that's going to be the change, so that they're aware of it before the change happens.
Got it. And just for me to clarify, you might have seen a look on my face because I was talking about people who paid late. We would have them opt into receiving electronic notices in lieu of paper. So late,
specifically folks. Just late.
As our code's pretty restrictive in that manner today, requiring mail.
Okay.
We start calling people and saying, hey, you haven't paid your taxes, etc. We sent you a mailer, and people say, I didn't get that mailer. Why didn't you email me? You have my email address. So we want them to opt into email notices of delinquency.
Okay. Cool. It's a late hour. You'll excuse my not listening well.
No, I didn't say it very well. And then seeing how that goes, people can opt into it. And then maybe we can address the out-of-city business, what you were talking about a minute ago, and really driving them to, try to.
I haven't noticed. I imagine Lakewood's one of the cities because I have to file with Lakewood. I have a client in Lakewood, so I noticed that it's I have to remind my password keeper which one I'm on because it's the same
Yeah.
site.
Yeah.
Which is nice. I mean, it's a. I noticed the difference from when you had what we had before to this one. This one is super easy to file your tax.
Good to hear that. So if it might be a consensus, Mayor, let us know. We'd love to change that for delinquent opt-in.
Councilor Ireland?
To his point, I know it's getting late too. I know when you don't get something in the mail and you get it by email, a lot of times you think it's a scam. And so I normally don't respond to things that aren't our email that may be a scam. So I'm just to his point, I think we need to send them a paper copy to know that they're now going to be getting it by email. Otherwise, I don't know, our return will be that great without getting anything back.
Yeah, I think what we would do is ask people to opt in online when they log in. Hi, could we send you any late notices by email? They hit yes. We then send them a letter that says, hi, we received your indication that you'd like to opt into electronic email late notices. They get a little piece of paper, and then we go through and just notify them by email. A lot of the feedback we're getting as we engage with our community and talk to them about receiving late notices. And mind you, we send out a few hundred a month. That's not nothing. It's a pretty good number. Because once you hit a day, we want to be proactive. And,
I'm all about saving money. So.
Yeah.
But I also want it to be effective. So I guess it's a trial, right?
Yeah, and the hope is.
And I don't know how many people who are delinquent want to opt in to get more delinquent notices.
Oh, you'd be surprised. And also, we can talk to them as we're collecting from them. We could say, when someone says, man, I never checked my bill. What's wrong with you? 2025. Well, we can say, well, while we have you on the line, can we have you opt into electronic notices?
That's a good idea.
Now that the code has changed, and if they agree, we walk them through that, and then they'll get email. And this is Westminster and out-of-city, out-of-state businesses because the U.S. Postal Service also takes time to get to them and things like that. And our delinquent notice doesn't look like your credit card bill. It looks like something we try. But anyway, so that would be the kind of the route forward.
Okay. Better understanding. Also, I'm glad that the city puts people's money in a safe place. I mean, I think return is important, but even at a HOA level, when I was on the HOA, you can't risk the money because it's not lawful for one thing.
Mm-hmm.
So I appreciate that answer. Thank you.
That's right. No, I just want to say thank you for a good presentation.
Thank you.
Great job.
Mayor Pro Tem?
No questions. Thank you, though.
Are you okay with the proposal he's asking?
Yeah.
Are you? You got to go.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for
Appreciate it.
everything. And your forms online are so easy to fill out. I do mine quarterly, and it just is like cutting butter.
I should thank you, and I should have given Mark a little more credit. We just completed our, I don't know how many, 70 tax guides. We just translated them all into Spanish. So very pleased. Hopefully we'll get some great reaction to that. So I appreciate it.
Okay, it's 11:15, and it wasn't raining last time I looked, so maybe it's not snowing yet.
Okay. Thank you, Larry.
Okay.